we celebrate the brilliant minds coming up with innovations, and it is being sponsored by Oracle. So this is not just any kind of sponsorship. Let me tell you a little something about what Oracle does when it comes to Kenyan entrepreneurs. Well, they released $1 million this year in February that Kenyan entrepreneurs can tap into. And they get technical skills and networking opportunities, not just in Kenya, but globally. It's an amazing initiative, and COVID basically laid bare a lot of the gaps when it comes to digital transformation. Many entrepreneurs suffered during that time, but I can tell you what, Oracle was one of those companies that helped to fill the gap, that offered that support, that made them digitally durable to sustain the pandemic and beyond. And if you want to know more information of the kinds of services, if you're a Kenyan entrepreneur and you're thinking, I want that, I would encourage you to head over to their exhibition booth to get more information, get more details, and of course it will be extremely exciting to hear the pitches from some of the Kenyan entrepreneurs later on during the Innovation Awards. Fantastic. I'd also like to, of course, recognize Safaricom, our platinum sponsor over the last couple of days here at Connected. It's been an absolute pleasure having them come on board and support the work. And of course, Kenya Pipeline Company also plugged in. Thank you as well for your contribution here at Connected. Fantastic. With all of that cleared, and my co-host will be joining us later. I know you're wondering, where is Jeff Mote? He's on his way. I'd also like to introduce my other co-hosts, Gray, who is a sign language interpreter, and Faith as well. They've been such amazing co-moderators. You can't hear them, but you do see them. And they've been doing an amazing job. Round of applause for them. We must recognize their great work throughout the last couple of days. Right, so we are getting into the first plenary session, and I'd like to introduce the keynote speaker where we'll be discussing digital business, innovation, and enterprises, building Kenya digital business. So our keynote speaker for this particular session is Dr. Ibrahim Abduba, ERP Strategy and Business Development Leader at Oracle, to set the tone and give us an expectation of what we're going to discuss. Round of applause for him as he comes up.
Good morning, everyone. Connected power. See, this is where all the powerful connections happen. And I am a true believer in that, because for the past 3 days, I have seen lots and lots of people who have very big abilities and capabilities to deliver those things that you're actually looking for. So let me start by introducing myself. My name is Ibrahim Abduba. I work for Oracle as a strategy and business development leader for Africa. Let me also reintroduce Oracle as the cloud company, right? Oracle is a cloud provider, and we have abilities to offer you cloud applications within Kenya, right? There are various variations of that. I'll get to the details, right? There's the public cloud, and if you are a bit, I don't want to go to public or data residency or anything, we can actually bring that down to your data center and offer it to you. And it can be single tenancy just for you alone, or multi-tenancy where a group of you can come together and offer that, right? But let me start by saying thank the organizers for inviting us all for this very important gathering to connect and discuss our future. We value the partnerships that we have with government agencies and the support from the Ministry of ICT, ICTA, KONZA, and all other government agencies who are in one way our partners in this endeavor. And the endeavor is to shape the future of this nation, and by extension of East African community, and by extension of Africa, in driving digitization agenda to bring not only economic prosperity to the nation, but to chart new paths, show leadership to many other African and world as a leader in technology adoption, transformation, thereby changing the lives and the livelihoods of our people. Technology is among the most important enablers in this time and age, but it is very fast-paced, right? The speed is being dictated by the changing needs of our citizens, the change in business needs or requirements, or change in customer expectations, tastes, and preferences, and some other inherent issues that must be solved to achieve the citizens' expectation and satisfaction. The change in regulation as well as government policies also significantly determine the pace of change of technology adoption and utilization, of course, across all the jurisdictions. So what are the dynamics that affect technology, right? We have a couple of them, and I'll just go through them quickly. We have government challenges that includes budgetary constraints, things like transparency, the skilling, reskilling, and upskilling of workforce. We all know that we have aging infrastructure. We have cybersecurity issues that I know has been discussed extensively. We also have regulatory and statutory compliances that we must comply across our region. That being a set of challenge, technology seeks to change always to address those. And every day we have new sets of them. We have emerging technologies that we have been talking about the past few days, such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, autonomous technologies, conversational agents, digital assistants, and chatbots. Most of these technologies, you may not appreciate it, but are here with us, and we're using them in one way or the other. And if we can use them in our personal lives, then we should use them in our enterprises and in our businesses. The citizenry, who is the main driver, who is the main audience, who is the main customer, who is the main consumer, has also some needs, right? So there's issue of data privacy and security. There's issue of smarter government to citizen services. And I appreciate the Huduma worked very well, but when COVID came, we were not able to go, so we were looking for those services on our phones. So technology, organizations like Oracle come into play to avail those technologies to everyone, including the citizens, through, of course, the government agencies, through the business enterprises, to be able to derive and deliver that. We also talk of safe, smart, and connected cities. We have expectations of faster, personalized services. Yes, for sure, the pandemic has laid bare the unpredictable nature of the times we live in, and the new norms and the new normals have been actualized. But what is evident now is your technology or your applications must be able to change at least halfway to meet the challenges that are evolving every day. And some of these changes that we now see are, the ongoing supply chain disruptions. I'm sure you all know about the fuel story and the changing prices, right? New technologies that we must consume, adopt, right? Digitization of practically everything. Regularization standards, health and safety that must be considered as we go forward, and that part of life will never remain the same again. Sustainability, a very important component that we need to continuously look at how our enterprises are sustainable, or government projects are and would be, right? So this can be categorized into three, right? We can talk about resilience. How resilient are we against all this, and how do we adapt? Or the other item that I would want us to talk about is value. Where is the value? How do we create that value? How does technology enable achievement of those values? And of course, trust. Trust is everything, and trust is what matters most. So let's look at resilience first. One is remote servicing. The ability to offer, to remotely offer government or business services has become a necessity overnight. That may be a few years ago, but the solution to that was governments and businesses are moving their IT infrastructure to cloud platforms, right, from the on-prem environment, because due to an inability to everyone going to the office and access, cloud application offered that flexibility, offered that ability to allow these applications from anywhere, from any device. remote work, how to enable remote workforce to be productive and help run the government, solutions such as finance, procurement, HR systems, online learning, document management systems, and video conferencing were integrated within a very short time so that we were all able to work from wherever we are and be able to communicate and do everything as if nothing happened. On the issue of budgetary constraints, of course, constraints are now part of every government or every business reality, and efficiency becomes central to those strategies. How do you solve that? You can improve efficiencies and operations to save money and use it to fulfill its core functions. And one way you do that is have systems in place that are able to give you these efficiencies, that would have best practice and business standards that will allow you to save and be able to be active in doing your day-to-day work more efficiently and faster. We can look at the values, right? Time to value is very important aspect, and value was immediately needed during the pandemic. Citizens can no longer wait for years to realize value. And the solution is, how do we then have rapid implementations of technology solutions, deploy them at scale and pace within a short time? And of course, cloud provided that ability to be able to reach that and deliver on that expectation. But as always, we get little, we want more. So citizen expectation is an issue that citizens are very passionate about. High value services are now expectations from the citizens. And to solve that, we need to be able to have ability to give them modern experience. Whatever experience they get when they use social media should be the same experience they get when they use business applications to do transactions or to record and capture transactions for the organization. So that expectation has to continuously be met and superseded. And that can be done using AI-based assistant, multiple channels of services that can be offered to meet these expectations. There's also the issue of social impact of government initiatives or business initiatives. And what is critical to solve that is ask the question, what is the social and environmental value of these solutions beyond the technology in itself? And of course, Oracle looks at that as a way to answer the question by bringing technologies that are impactful to the solution that actually solves the common man's need. For trust, I know it's a topic that has been covered. Cybersecurity with expedited digital transformation, cybersecurity has become a must for every organization. Security, digital identities, Oracle secures all this on the Oracle Cloud platforms. In terms of transparency, accuracy and transparency of information and data are critical in establishing the government. And to be able to do that, we have now ability to bring in these emerging technologies to be able to avoid some of those human errors by automating most of the touch points in this transaction processing. And finally, the equity, digital equity and unequal access to service has become painfully evident during the pandemic. Solution is measure equity impact of every shilling by using enterprise performance management systems which have intelligence and analytics inbuilt. We have during this time seen governments and businesses embrace technology tools to adopt in the changing world. One such important technology is cloud. We have had already many companies move to our public cloud, and thank you for all our customers. We're now discussing with couple, actually many, on the move to cloud, and others are saying we cannot move to public cloud. Do you have an option to offer us the same cloud in country? And the answer is yes. Oracle has more than 37 data centers globally, the closest being in South Africa. But that not being the issue, we can actually be able to put our cloud applications within your premises, right? And that solves that question. And of course, we are a community that offers integrated solutions, be it ERP, be it supply chain, be it human resource, be it, and we are the only organization that has technologies built in cloud that is able to integrate back to all your legacy application, interface, and communicate so that you can have less interruption, but leverage on new technologies. And all these emerging technologies that we're talking about is already inbuilt. These applications can be deployed at your pace. It can coexist with your legacy application where it makes sense so that you can build it on top of legacy, lowers your total cost of ownership, consolidate financials and planning to improve your reporting, and extend the legacy applications like with other applications like procurement and HCM. And all that can be done. And I know it's a journey, it's not one-step process. And if this is the journey for you, start now. And Oracle supports all these strategies, be it upgrading of what you currently have, be it a hybrid improvement where you keep what you have and introduce a bit of what is in cloud, or we can have you managed cloud services, next-gen software as a service application that completely removes the barrier of having CapEx investment by giving you SaaS as an OpEx alternative where you don't need to invest on anything upfront, and at a very small subscription fee, you actually are able to access the world-class services. And we have Oracle Cloud Infrastructure where you can, instead of hosting in that small server room that you keep in your office, you can lay it in our cloud infrastructure, and there we can host, you can do whatever you are able to do, but we give you better services, we give you better, and at a very small fee without the cost of you wanting to upgrade your hardware every X number of years and that, right? And of course, the other option that we have is dedicated region cloud at customer, which is dedicated for that organization, and it can have single or multi-tenancy. And we have government organizations that have already embarked on this and are using it. And I can mention a few examples: Sultanate of Oman, French government, UK Home Office, UK government shared services, but an example of that. And with that, I want to end it here and say thank you, but let's see Oracle as your partner that delivers value to the innovators. Yes, Victoria has told us about what innovation investments that we are making, but over and above that, we're here to avail the technology to you, so that the citizenry, so that the developers, so that the innovators can benefit by solving the problems that are in the enterprises. And those problems would actually benefit, the customers or the end users will benefit by using those tools that we're bringing forth. So thank you very much. Let me not take all the time available, and we continue discussing. Thanks.
One more round of applause for Dr. Ibrahim, succinctly painting what Oracle does, the cloud company. Thank you so much. Now, our next speaker is Julius Cheption. He's a Chief of Strategy and Business Development, I beg your pardon, at Telcom. Round of applause for him as he makes his way up.
All protocols observed. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You know, I love the stone that our PS, Minister of ICT and Youth Affairs, set when he said connected power, but connected fire. Connected fire. Because indeed we've come, I know we think about the politics of the day, but I think what's important is when we come together to connect, we come to light the fire that shines bright for all of us as industry, as government, to come together for the benefit of Wanjiku, as we say it in this country. So when I was asked to speak about this, this subject on innovation, And in the context of accelerating digital transformation, I was wondering how those that are watching us or listening to us, the Wanjikus, so to speak, the ordinary people, would interpret today. Because at Telkom Kenya, we offer bundles. I think that's how you interact with us, right? So how do we translate what we do today to what Wanjiku experiences when they pick up the bundle? So my name is Julius Cheption. I'm the Chief of Strategy and Business Development. So a part of my job is to imagine, and I really think. So I want to invite you to think with me that 80 years ago, Thomas Watson, the founder of IBM, when they had discovered or built the first computer, in his thoughts, he said there was a world market of maybe 5 customers that needed and could afford the computer. And at that time, if you go to the Museum of History in Washington, the Smithsonian, that statement is etched right there, and IBM began as a tabulation company. And the reason for this, he thought, was only the big banks could afford it and needed it, okay? And if you think back when the British mathematician Ada Lovelace came up with what is regarded as the first code right on the other side, and IBM building the first computer and thinking there can only be 5 customers that would require this. Today, there as twice the number of computers in this room as there are people, because your phone is a computer, isn't it? It's all of you use your phone as or your smartphones as computers. So what will 80 years look like from today? That's really the invitation to think together, is when we talk about accelerating digital transformation. And I postulate that knowing what we know today, the one thing we're sure of is that everything we think about, everything we deploy ourselves to do, will build the foundation 80 years from today, and therefore, how should we do it? So the topic being that we want to really get better at executing through innovation, especially in a crowded digital space. And we all agree that Innovation Hub is the in thing today. So you have so many in Nairobi, so many at university, so many now in the, where we are, the coastal region. And the question is, how could this really benefit Wanjiku? How could we execute better? Because the space is crowded, and without which, if we weren't talking to each other, we wouldn't sort of synthesize the ideas. And I thought about the idea of nodes, and if you sort of step back and ask yourself, how do artificial neural networks work? And you teleport that or transport that and map it to the hubs or the hub concept that we have in Kenya, because those hubs are regarded as platforms for innovation, for ideas, for synthesizing ideas. We believe at Telkom that having these hubs or nodes talking to each other, collaborating, is the best way to execute better, because the ideas of a British mathematician and the ideas of the Americans, many, many years ago, led to some of the innovations that we do use today. And therefore, we at Telkom offer ourselves as agents for collaboration, so that these hubs that we build today, Dr. Omwansa has been very, very passionate about innovation hubs, creating the platforms. He says he's the organizer and the ideas come from outside. And truly so, sir, because innovations or ideas do exist in the spaces we sit in, but we need to synthesize them through platforms of, deliberate platforms. So we do offer ourselves to be the, to orchestrate those collaborations so that in time to come, as Klaus Schwab in his book, The Fourth Industrial Revolution, talks about an age where everything is interconnected. And therefore, if we have a lot to learn from evolutionary biologists who talk about coexistence, and even though we don't really, we're not aware on a regular basis that in this room, in this world, we do coexist, and when we coexist, we are better as a people, as a nation, as a region, and therefore at Telcom, we offer ourselves to orchestrate the collaboration that brings together better execution in a crowded digital space for a better Kenya, for a better region, and for a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Julius. You could have fooled me for a moment there. I felt like I was listening to a philosopher. But thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Tony Omwansa, the Chief Executive Officer for the Kenya National Innovation Agency, and he'll be speaking on behalf of government innovation. Round of applause for Dr.
Our CS, our PS, our guests, and the delegates and friends that I'm seeing in the room, good morning, and it's a privilege to be here today to make a contribution on the National Innovation System and how, triple helix and quad helix have all to function together towards a greater society. It is probably my second time to participate at Connected Kenya, and now in my new role, I have been in university for a while, and I took up this role of heading a national innovation agency a little over a year ago. When I got to office, I found myself alone, and I thought there was a big institution, but I found myself alone, and then I started spending time building this institution over the last 1 year. Now we've got a big team here and a set of programs that we're kind of trying to strengthen, and yeah, there's some work to go there. When I look at universities, I see issues of technology transfer and commercialization begin to kind of take shape. I've visited a number of research centers, Calro, Kemri, and I see great prototypes that have come out of research, but then I don't find them in the market. So I feel there's quite some work to do there. In the investor space, there's quite some work to do there. I think the local investor, and some of us here, as I look at you, are very strong. You've got a lot of disposable income, but probably it's easily going to a piece of land, but it's probably not going to a startup. And there's some work to do there. Necessary various investments that need to take shape. But what seems to stand out most is the narrative of commercialization, and second, startups. Commercialization is because issues of technology transfer, a lot of funding goes into research centers, and I'll tell you it's in billions, and universities and TVETs. But something somewhere does not happen, either at institution level or at the individual researcher level, all right? Faculty members, students, and so on and so forth. And every time you find startups in the world, some of them emerged from these institutions, but you probably don't see that connection between the institution and the startup. And I found a number of them who are very successful, but they wouldn't tell you that, oh, it's because of institution X, all right? So the commercialization narrative, call it the TTOs, call it the commercialization programs in universities, in terms of how well they are structured. There may be elements of IP policy, incubation centers, and so on and so forth. But in terms of how well they're coordinated and how they pipe into the national innovation system, there's quite some work there. And we've already started defining the interventions and executing a number of them towards a stronger narrative that sorts out the pipeline. I keep talking about the pipeline, that unless we sort out the pipeline now, then it affects how our outputs look tomorrow. On the startup track, issues to do with startup bill, innovation hubs across the country, the coordination of the same, having a national agenda being shipped through those incubation and innovation hubs, quite a lot of work there. Now, specifically, we've set out a number of interventions over the last 1 year or so as we were recruiting a team and also getting all our instruments in place. And we set up the first Kenya Innovation Week in December last year, which is a build-up from a number of innovation efforts that have been happening across the country. And we have some outcomes. We had some outcomes out of that program in December that was well attended, and it's shaping what we're going to do over the next 10 years. And we're going to sustain that Innovation Week on an annual basis in December as a way to culminate the efforts of an entire year. First of all, it's become absolutely clear that we do need a 10-year innovation master plan. We have the digital platforms, and I think Ministry of ICT has championed that. And I think it's starting to get clearer and clearer. There's a need for a sense of an innovation plan. Why? If you ask yourself, where do we want to be 10 years? What do we want to be known for? What are our unique strengths? What are opportunities we need to tap into? Then you need some sense of a roadmap. How many innovation hubs do you want to have? I'll tell you now, there are over innovation spaces, they're approaching 1,000 because they're in different forms. How well we are coordinated, that's for discussion. What do we want to be seen in terms of startups out of the period over the next 10 years? I think we have to be very deliberate and precise. And we've started engaging a number of stakeholders towards building on what we have in terms of platforms and programs to define the direction over the next 10 years. The second thing is coordination of incubation hubs and innovation hubs. You know, they're to Kenya. And the question here is, how are we competing globally? Because it's no longer about Kenya us looking internally. It's about how we're engaging and connecting. There are issues of skills that people talk about. We're exporting skills. Is that a plus or a minus? How is our infrastructure comparative? And what is in the world that we can pick from? And we've already engaged with 10 countries: Estonia, the UK, the US, South Africa, Rwanda, Uganda, Turkey, Finland, and all expressing interest to participate, so that when we strengthen this narrative of Kenya to the world and the world to Kenya. Now, these are the 4 themes and 4 tracks that we use in the Kenya Innovation Week, and we will repeat the same for the next 10 years. And it fits within that 10-year master plan narrative. One is skills. And most of our companies here are involved in skills and enhancement of skills in institutions, and I think that's great, the young people, and that's absolutely great. Because you must develop the innovator. For us to have a strong innovation system, skills are unquestionable. And skills start from the basics, very, very early stage. I learned the other day that in China, you are taught IP at elementary school. I don't know how many of us learned IP in university, if at all, right? Now, skills from the basic all the way to national leadership and how we shape the trajectory of national innovation. Skills, build the innovator. And I'm becoming a strong proponent that, as far as I'm concerned, in universities and high school, design thinking, user-centered design, 21st century skills, problem-based learning is so fundamental and so basic. And tech skills and so on and so forth, absolutely great. Second is technology. And we see technology as a tool, because if you build the skills, that means the mindset, then you've got to give these people the tools. And that's why all the tech companies are amazing partners in this area. Technology, technology, technology. 4th industrial revolution issues, 5th industrial revolution. And we talk about this narrative over and over again. The third element is on commercialization, because if I get the mindset right, then I give you the tools. The next thing I think you need is a methodology. How do you then convert the ideas and the skills that you have using the tools you have to meaningful solutions? And what would be the meaningful solutions in this case? It would be the startups, a representative. It could be joint ventures. It could be scalable enterprises. It could be public good or social open source solutions, and so on and so forth. And so we see this as a pathway, starting from skills all the way to the actual product. The rules of the game at each of them is actually different, but then we have to see them as connected and building on each other. I want to invite you to the Kenya Innovation Week. We have lots and lots of reports out of last year's work, and I'm looking to work with as many of us as possible as we move the next narrative of the National Innovation Agency. I have 2 last challenges as I close. The first one is how to think through a longer-term innovation pipeline and its sustainability. Pipeline being the people, the skills, the narrative of the youth, and so forth. And I've become persuaded that we're struggling with the incubation centers and programs. We have a lot of innovation hubs, no question. But I struggle to see very well-structured incubation programs. And many people sometimes come and say, well, I'm looking for an incubation center that can be really nurtured and supported. There are not that many, and I think there's a huge opportunity. And when I think about sustainability, then I think that they need to fit within certain institutions that outlive us. Not programs that kind of come and go, but if we are able to embed them in our institutions, that for the long haul, then I think we are really going to strengthen our national innovation system in the long haul. So I say that occasional sponsored boot camps, hackathons, innovation challenges are great. No question about that, and we have to keep doing them. However, at the core, we strongly need to think about incubation systems and programs. When I say programs, I see ventures in a University X. I see innovation ventures in a TVET Y, all right? And I'm looking for partners to work together in that regard. The last challenge is on technology transfer. Look, I'm amazed at how many solutions we have in the public, and that's great, and we consume. But when you look at the ranking we have, number 85, we could do much better. And I think technology transfer is one heavy lifting that we might need to think through and work together as partners towards. I've visited institutions, no question, and I can tell you there's quite some work to do. I see a lot of innovative outputs, but then I don't find them in the market, and I don't find the mindset in those institutions to help take the ideas to market. And in this case, I'm looking at technology transfer offices in institutions that facilitate the commercialization of intellectual property that is gathered through the research-based outputs in order to get licensed solutions, we get startups, we get joint ventures and spin-offs, and so on and so forth. I'm looking for partners. Let's engage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One more round of applause for Dr. Mwanza, giving us a very detailed report on the landscape of innovation in Kenya. I think my favorite part was repurposing the periodic table that showed the innovation actors. That was very nice touch, nice touch. Fantastic. So we're about to get into our panel discussion, and I'd like to invite the moderator for this particular session. We have about 47 minutes for this. Martin Mbaya, head of the Institute of Public Policy and Governance at Strathmore University, to take us through and introduce the panelists as well. Round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the speakers from this morning. As I do the introduction, I want you to focus on the 13 dots or ellipses or circles on the screen. I want you to keep track of the numbers, and I want you to keep track of how many of those dots are connected. The slogan has been connected, fire. Before that was connected, power. I want to introduce a new perspective, knowledge. So together, let's say connected, knowledge. That's what this panel is about. Track 3 today, within the broader context of accelerating digital transformation, is focusing on this idea of digital business, innovation, and enterprises. And I've got a fantastic panel that will unpack that for us within the next 45 minutes. And the theme we are tackling is building Kenya Digital Business Hub. Reach out to the person next to you just to warm up the room and discuss what is a digital business hub. And we only have one in Kenya, or there are many. In my drive from the airport, I was privileged to be with a colleague from the MasterCard Foundation and from the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. And we had a very robust debate. And we concluded we do not have a single hub. We have many hubs. Dr. Mwanza has given us a flavor of those. When you see those 13 dots, I want you to think of hubs as those dots and yourself as players. So just discuss with the person next to you. I'll give you 30 seconds. What does a digital business hub mean to you? 30 seconds, starting now. 10 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's stop. I know it'll get very lively. Now, if you didn't bother to introduce yourself to the person next to you, just ask them for their business card. That's part of the connection. At least get to know who you are talking to. Which brings me to the panel. My name is Martin Bayer, and I'm the head of academics within our executive programs at the Institute of Public Policy and Governance. I therefore represent academia. Number 2, I sit on the board of the Africa Center for Technology Studies, started by the late Calestas Juma, professor, who was a big champion of innovation, and also on the board of APHRC, one of our leading think tanks in the health sector. And then finally, I'm an angel investor, and I sit on the board of a startup called Lightmore, Zeraki. So a lot of the results and performance of your children who are in high school have gone through our system. I'd like to get the periodic table back as I ask my panelists to come on board, because I'll introduce them in a specific order. Dr. Mwansa, your presentation had that periodic table. If you don't mind, you'll coordinate with them. Okay. Just go to the presentation, take us there. The first person I want to ask to join us here in front is Bwana Kevin Atibu, who's the Deputy Director, ICT Authority. Karibu sana. In this order. Next, I'd like to invite Dr. Gilbert Barasa Mugeni, who's the Assistant Director, Innovation, Research and Development, Communications Authority of Kenya. Yes, that's the one. Please sit next to me if you don't mind. I like being close to government. Government represents power. Remember, I'm academia. Next, I'd like to invite Bwana Peter Othino, Head of Products and Solutions, Telcom. Peter is a colleague of Bwana Julius Cheptioni. So we are moving to private sector. Telcom, is it public sector? Is it private sector? So you'll sit next to Dr. Gilbert. And for Madam Rubadiri, there was a reason Julius was philosophical. Peter will get into the meat. Next, I would like to invite Bwana Robin Njiro, Managing Director, AWS, Amazon Web Services. And I'll request Robin to enter from that side, but sit one seat away from Peter, just that one, yeah, that there. Further, I'll stay a little bit far from government. And to try and bring some uniformity, I want to finally invite a colleague from Safaricom, Karibu Sana. That should be, we have Kevin here. Is it, okay, sorry, Alan, eh? It's Alan. Sorry, we don't have Alan on the program. Alan from Safaricom. The reason you saw me confused, is Safaricom government or is it private sector? Good. So Alan can sit there. Now, this is what we call a classic manel. What is a manel? It's an all-male panel. I present to you our manel. Now, as I do that, kindly forgive me. They'll defend themselves. They are not here in the individual capacity. They are here in their institutional capacities. Is the ICT authority male or female? Is the communications authority male or female? Telcom, is it male or female? Safaricom, male, female? And Amazon Web Services, male, female? Female. So maybe we have a panel. I'll stick to organizations, okay? Now, we've got a fascinating panel for you because the 3 keynotes have discussed those 13 dots. And we want to unpack those dots. Henry Etzkowitz represents the periodic table you see here. Government, somewhere there. Industry, somewhere here. Academia, research, somewhere down there. And everybody else there. 5 seconds, ask your neighbor, where do I fit, where do you fit? Where do you fit here? Are you research, are you government, industry, academia, are you other? For the rest of the conversation in the remaining 39 minutes, I want you to assume that identity. 10 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop. Okay, let me get your attention, let me get your attention, let me get your attention. We agreed we were not going to market ourselves, but the last 7 minutes, that's how we do our classes at Strathmore. If you have enjoyed this, Clive or Sunday, just stand up, wave to everybody. Clive is my colleague at Strathmore. If you have enjoyed that, that's how we run our programs and the rest of the conversation. So that's the last I'll say of Strathmore. For my panel, Safaricom is a lady, AWS, it was a little bit undecided. I've got 3 themes that we cover, and we are going to start on my extreme right with Kevin. Role of innovation in digital transformation accelerators for business growth and service delivery, strategies for successful operation in the crowded digital space. Those were the sub-themes for our panel. I've got 4 questions. However you choose to approach them is up to you. We'll start with government, we'll move to industry at a domestic level, and finish at a global level. What is a digital business hub? Question number 1. What are examples of a digital business hub in Kenya? Question number 2. How does a digital business hub in Kenya compare regionally, continentally, and globally? Question number 3. And then finally, and this is the most important, spend as much time as you want on this. Based on your experience, what is the one thing our chief guest, and we have his very able representatives here, His Excellency, both present and future. What should His Excellency, what should the presidency consider with respect to the STI policy in Kenya, in which Kenya is anchored? So let's start with Kevin. Twende kwa serikali.
Thank you very much, Martin. Good morning, everyone. So the question on what is a business hub in my context. So for me, this could be a physical or virtual space that brings in, first of all, the innovator. Secondly, the output of the innovator, that is the digital products. And thirdly, a space where the consumer or the final person who's going to consume the digital product can actually access that. So for me, it's more of a marketplace for innovation where you have the producer and you have the end consumer. So that's my understanding of what a business hub is. Now to answer the other questions Martin has raised, I will delve into what is currently happening in terms of, from a government perspective, because that's what I represent. And from that, you can also then be able to understand answers to some of the questions he's asked. So I mentioned an innovator is one of the key players in a business hub. And it is important that an innovator is actually skilled. Needs to be skilled, both technical and non-technical skills. What do I mean by that? I mean that we have skills that are required in terms of programming or when it comes to designing of a product, but then there are other skills when it comes to things like what Dr. Tony had mentioned, to do with design thinking, business modeling. all these are things that government has already picked in terms of skills development through the initiative called Huduma White Box. And we can all look in your phones, whitebox.go.ke, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about, where innovators can actually plug in and be able to be upskilled, both non-technical and technical skills. They go through training on business modeling. They're able to be trained on how to pitch, because pitch is one thing that we see is lacking within the country, how to present yourself in front of potential investors, how they are able to package the products to go to market. So all that kind of training happens. But then over and above that, there is need to mentor these innovators. Because yes, you could have a product at the end of the day, but then do you know how the journey, what the journey is? So there's the pairing of the innovators with successful businesses, successful startups, which have been able to launch products in Kenya, so that you're able then to see what's the journey, what's the innovation journey for me as an innovator as I start this, this particular trend. Then there's a bit of where I mentioned that we have end users, which are the consumers of the digital products. The end users actually need to be digitally trained. They need to have the digital skills actually to consume those products. If I give an example of e-citizen, I could be an end user and I need to do something on e-citizen, but if I don't have those particular skills, then that digital product doesn't work for me. I'll end up going back to the manual processes, and then it kills the agenda of digital transformation. So there is a skilling of the end user, and this starts, as was mentioned by Daktari, that it can start as early as when they start their elementary school. And we have the digital learning program, which is being implemented by the Ministry of ICT through ICT Authority to impact the knowledge of digital skills within our learners at a very early age. Programs are also being rolled out about building capacity or building skills of the citizen, even the elderly citizens. So to be able to identify and connect and relate to what is happening on the digital space. Just to close on that, I want to touch on another item on the legal and regulatory environment that promotes digital business, because that's another area which then talks to how do we support and sustain businesses within the digital space. So there are various interventions that government has had with regards to this particular space. There's a bit to do with the startup bill. I think this was alluded to earlier. And the bill actually, one of the things that it promotes is establishment of incentives, tax incentives for startups. Because we are saying, yes, we do have good innovators. We're actually having good funding that is coming in. I think Dr. Mwanza mentioned something to do with $375 million in startup funding that came in last year in Kenya. But if we're able to have a framework, a legal environment where then we can attract more investors. We are talking about, can the Kenyans in this room start looking at startup funding or startup investment as an alternative way of putting the monies in, instead of having it in the immovable properties like the land. So these legislations are then supposed to promote or be able to improve the environment so that we can have more startups being funded. There's also the national ICT policy, of course, and the digital economy blueprint, which has already provided a foundation for supporting digital transformation. I submit.
Thank you, and I'll still come back to you for your request to HE, so we can take that on the tail end. Government is the same. We have two authorities here. They make policies, agencies, and then they move on. So next we have a perspective from Dr. Gilbert, Communications Authority. I'm assuming you'll repeat everything that we have heard from Kevin, or you might tell us something new. Demystify for Wanjiko. Serikali ni moja tu, it just does the same thing. If not, what's the perspective of the Communications Authority, and who are you? In Wanjiko's language, as Julius requested.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All protocols observed. I'm Gilbert Mugeni, an Assistant Director in charge of Research, Innovation, and Development at the CA, that's Communications Authority of Kenya. I think first I'll specifically answer the questions as asked and not repeat what my colleague in government has said, but I believe that I'll have a chance to later to come and articulate exactly what CA is doing in this space. In terms of what is a digital business hub, you asked me a question that I just discussed with my neighbor before I came on stage. That's Fiona, and I think she gave me some leakage just before I stepped here. And we were discussing around an all-round kind of ecosystem that supports innovators and digital enterprise. We talked about availing a working space, facilities, including broadband for that matter, mentoring and coaching systems, funding entities for that matter, and what I would call commercialization channels for the innovations that are eventually developed within that space. And not repeat what Kevin has said about the other two questions, I'll straight away go to the fourth question, which was the message to pass about STI.
You can tell he has been in government for a while, straight to the point. Okay?
Yes, in terms of STI, I would again go straight to the point, and I would say an enabling environment. I'll speak about this a bit more later, but I think that's one thing that we need, and we heard that from Daktari when he was telling us about the Kenya Innovation Week. And of course also then we need to develop an appropriate ecosystem, national ecosystem, to support innovation and innovation hubs. For now I submit, I'll be coming back later with the details. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So this idea of an enabling environment, and I think it resonates with several people in the audience. Peter, we heard from Julius. He laid a philosophical, very high-level perspective, arguing that there should be competition and cooperation. I think largely was talking about those 13 nodes. We want to see more of the blue ones. So there are 6 blue ones, there are 7 different other colors. In the end, we want all of them connected. Over to you on behalf of Telco.
Thank you. I think I'll pick from Julius and just continue. There are 2 things I want to quote. I don't know how many of you remember the advert from the Italian tire manufacturer called "Power without control is nothing." And if you are in cycling in any way and you see, they say if you sit in a peloton, then you move faster and you're likely to win. So I think what we are looking at from the industry is very simple. We sit in a tight space. We want to accommodate the innovation. We want to incubate them. But then we have customers who then have to get commercial value. So we spend much of our time looking at the B2B2C, and we try and look at what will the end user consume at the end of the day. So that's a very key conversation for us. So when Julius talked about the ecosystem and readiness to organize, and I'm glad that it's been discussed under the Kenya National Innovation Agency. Those are the facilities and the enablement environment we're looking at. How do we incorporate these people into a structured format? You know, like you said, you got a call and you ask, what are they doing? And you are not sure. So we want to bring in value and say, how do we convert these innovative ideas into commercial products that then can then be consumed to the end user. When I look at digitalization, and we look at 3 key areas: you digitize, you optimize, then you transform. From my experience, we see a lot of people start with digitizing. Then they do a bit of optimization, but they never transform. And that's where we bring in now the value of the skill sets, the digital skills. And we ask ourselves then, if you bring a system and you bring it into a workspace, how then do you transform your work environment to adopt to the new processes? And when it's good I'm sitting to my regulator, next to the regulator, but one thing we bring and the value we bring, we are a heavily regulated environment. So anything we give you, whatever we deliver to you, rest assured that it's already been under control. So we are working mainly in, first we deliver your connectivity. And if you look at the statistics, as much as we have the ideas, we are ranking very low on infrastructure. So our key driver currently is, can we get the delivery to the end user? And for that matter, we've actually collaborating with the hubs. I think we do the constituency innovation hubs. We started by providing the connectivity. Now we are saying, okay, how do we move to the next level to load the services? Could they be part of these hubs? And when you do that, is it fairly regulated? We've worked with Moi University before to assemble the laptops that we're delivering to those universities. We are currently in discussion with Diani Kimathi to see how do we make sure it remains local and we bring value so that those innovators, we start bringing the commercial conversation. And that for us is a key area that we are looking at. I think my colleague from Oracle talked of cloud. One of the things we are looking at is how do we localize that cloud? More so right now that there's this data protection law. How do we make sure that when the big technologies come, we localize it and present it to the end user and help you address some of these challenges? Because when we deliver solutions to the enterprises who then eventually serve the end user, part of our responsibility is to deliver any queries, audit queries that come out of it. So we are putting that together. And just to mention the issue of Manel, actually one of my product managers, the lead one that does what we call strategic products, is a lady. So we make sure we cover, and we appreciate their value.
And share with us her name. Let her, this is an opportunity to shine. Let her know.
She's called Stella Kinywa.
Fantastic,
yes.
Stella. Okay.
Yeah, so, and then just to now bring it together, in Telcom we've actually restructured, and we are no longer putting innovation there. I sit in product development, and my role every day is to imagine not what I will sell, what is the need in the market. And we start looking at it. Whoever we talk to, whether it's a local innovator, whether it's a big tech company, we put that into the picture. So what we've done is, before the innovation would sit somewhere else. So right now, innovation sits within the product development. So we have product development and innovation, and we have a lead that actually drives that.
And, okay, and what's his name? I think he's in the audience. I think I can see him here.
Yeah, he's Eric.
Good.
Eric with a K.
Good. So Eric, who's seated right here at the front?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so it also means within that structure, we have one innovation manager whose work is to talk to the innovation hubs, to the innovators. We get a lot of requests coming in, and is supposed to do part of the work that sooner than later we'll have the National Innovation Hub already has done. Look at what they're doing, process it for us, and then we commercialize it. Okay. And we believe that. And just as I wind up, I always say, I think one of the things we've seen is the coder. Who is a coder? What is innovation? And I always say a coder is not an innovator necessarily. A coder implements an innovative idea that's going to solve a real life problem. And if we keep that structure, then we move away from innovation only happening in a tech lab, because there's a lot of it outside the tech lab.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I think that has resonated quite a bit. Similar to Kevin, you have not made your ask to HE. Hopefully in your closing remarks you'll do that. Alan Kipsang Cheruyot, part of the Digital Information Technology Tribe, speaking here on behalf of George Njuguna. I had not forgotten your name. We wonder, are you government, are you private sector? Your biggest investor, Vodafone Group, biggest investor, Telcom, or one of the larger investors, Helios, both from the UK, so we're actually speaking a global language. Your thoughts on behalf of Safaricom?
Thank you very much, Martin. My name is Alan Kipsang. I'm the Enterprise IT Lead at Safaricom. You're not wrong when you refer to us as she. I think we represent our motherland, Kenya, and we take pride of that. My reflection on what you asked us about the Digital Business Hub, how I would define it is, look at it as an ecosystem that is inclusive. On one side, you have the provider. In this case, we think about Safaricom, think about Oracle, AWS, and any other provider that will be giving. In the middle, we have the ecosystem, which is a combination of platforms, solutions, and services that we offer, and then the consumer on one end. And how all this gels together to form a network. And I'm very careful not to say it's a single entity. So it's a conglomeration of multiple entities, which then build up together to create value. I think I'll underline the word value because that is what would be the measure of how we would be able to mature as we build the digital hub. At Safaricom, of course, we endeavor to always lead in innovation, and we work with a number of partners. We also develop internally. We have restructured ourselves and continually optimize our business models so that we can be able to at least not only be a catalyst in the innovation space, but also to lead and drive innovation from the front. We have a special function that looks at innovation, that researches, works with the academia. We work with Diani University, we work with JKUAT, University of Nairobi, both public and private institutions. And in there, we're able to build a pipeline of ideas that we can then incubate, hack together during the software engineering hackathons, and then build such innovative ideas. As you all know and you are aware, that our purpose is to become a purpose-led technology company, and that is what we build and dream every day. What do we mean by technology company? We would want to be that partner of choice that provides solutions, innovative solutions that connect to the customer. And how do we do this? We work together with others. So inclusivity is one of the major priorities that I would say as we look at the Digital Business Hub. Allow me to mention 3 aspects that probably can help us think through together on how we can be able to mature together digitally on what I will call the ability to then be innovative and create value for the customer by having one ecosystem that not only attracts transactions from the customer and from the provider to be able to at least generate a value that can be measured and then be able to progress. One of it will be, how can we be able to increase our penetration on the digital trends? I think over the week we talked about the buzzwords. They're no longer buzzwords anymore. AI, machine learning, big data, cloud, Internet of Things, etc. How can we be able to immerse ourselves in these new digital technology trends? And in there, we're able to become innovative. We can be able to create space so that the image Kenya, which is now the bread of software engineering talent, and we would see this playing around the globe. The second one is, how can we be able to transform and continually optimize our business models? We talk about B2B, business to business, and how we can be able to expand this so that we don't see ourselves as distinct players, but we see ourselves as people coming together to be able to work for one common goal, and that elevates the country's ability to be able to be seen in the global space. And I like the statistics that were shared earlier on by Daktari. The third one is, how can we then be able to cultivate and build and scale our ability to innovate? We have young talent, and walk into the universities today and any academia, you'll see the hunger and thirst to be able to have that capability made visible across the globe. how can we nurture that talent and allow it to grow so that 1 year, 2 years down the line, we can be able to see the value derived out of it. In Safaricom, we've started reaching out, and we go to public universities and private, working together and being able to at least get these talents and encourage them. I was so amazed when I saw that in country we can actually be able to begin processing and manufacturing devices, especially around device engineering for IoT, because we have that capability to build Kenya, and then we'll be able to position this then for the outside world. Software engineering, it's a full realization today, and you'll see this in the products that we have in Safaricom. We build them internally using our own local talent. How can we then be able to elevate this across the globe? Is one of the areas that we would need to see so that we enrich that pipeline and nurture it and allow it to grow progressively. The last item probably I would want to mention is around how we play globally, sustainable development goals. At Safaricom, of course, and it's in public domain, you see how we play around connectivity and innovation, being able to give access. And when I say access, I mean ability to give control to the customer. Today, the shift is that the customer would want to have ease of access and control, be able to define how their solutions would look like. And we've at least succeeded this. If you look at our financial services, M-Pesa, where we've at least enabled platforms that people come in to build, incubate their ideas, and have payment solutions through our Daraja platform. The other bit would be areas around health and agriculture, energy, and how we play globally so that we can be able to have these innovative solutions that can then help us elevate our position countrywide. I think I will pause there. My ask to the HE will be at the end. Thank you.
Okay. Finally, I want us to go global. So we started with government. Then we went to what I'll call domestic platform players. Earlier we had heard from a global platform player, Dr. Ibrahim at Oracle. Dr. Ibrahim, I see your competitor in Robin Njiro, AWS, but you probably also collaborate. You're operating in the web services space, cloud solutions, same with Robin. But collectively, you are in Nairobi, you are in East Africa. Kenya has been asked to support the Smart African Alliance. Over to you, Robin, your thoughts.
Thank you very much. And the risk with trying to answer the same question at the last, you risk saying, I agree with everyone else, and they have said everything. But to answer the question around the digital business hub, as I was thinking about it, I think three keywords came to mind, and I agree with the panel, or the manual, around a keyword that keeps coming up, an ecosystem. But three words come to my mind. Number one, it's an aggregator, where we aggregate ideas, we aggregate concepts, we aggregate skills. For me, that's one of the keywords as the ways define it. Secondly, I thought about an environment where we are talking about inspiring and accelerating around the ideas that keep coming. Having aggregated them, then how do we create an environment that continuously inspires growth? And then thirdly, the word that came to my mind is measurable impact. So that we've aggregated, we are keeping on inspiring, but now we track progress so that then we are able to continuously ensure that we continuously improve this ecosystem. Because the risk of trying to make this a location or a place in time then negates when we define it as a digital business hub. Okay. But then secondly, I also wanted, as we defend the panel before I come to us as Amazon Web Services, is I'm happy to report that maybe part of the confusion in the room when they say they couldn't decide whether we were male or female is because the team that I represent when we came here was 45% female, the team that is on the ground at Connected. So we should feel very comfortable around that.
And give us at least one name, recognize one name from your team.
I would give you all four.
Okay, so we had Stella from Telcom.
Stay, Clara, Marine, and Tiara, who are all here.
Fantastic.
Part of the team that was here, you know. But when I think about innovation as Amazon Web Services, we think of innovation as part of our DNA. We have a culture that we call the day one philosophy. What that means is we actually tell each other every day is day one, meaning the way we approach our engagement with customers, the way we engage our approachment to solutions has to remain a day one. And we talk about day two as the start of towards death, where you stop innovating, where you stop thinking creatively, So for us, we think of it as part of our DNA. And up to sometimes 80% of the way we innovate is actually based on either customer feedback or customer experiences. So it's either something we have received as direct feedback, or secondly, as an experience that our teams have observed as they engage the customer. Case in point is, for example, when we were during the pandemic, we got a lot of feedback. But at the same time, we saw a lot of our customers across board, public, private sector, startups, SMEs, really pivot to ensure that they continued to offer either their services or their businesses, irrespective of where their people sat. And we then, of course, at that time were enablers to that innovation, which then I agree with a member of the panel who said that innovation does not only happen at coding. Of course, for the platform to be where it is, innovation had already happened. But innovation is happening at multiple tiers to be able to then ensure that the customers that we are serving are fully catered for. I'd like to close off by saying that when we think about innovation hubs or how we are partnering, we think about it in three ways. Number one, we are actively working with developers and the tech community within this country and the region. Even as we do regular connections. We have what we call the AWS user groups. We have developer connections. We have work that we're doing with Ajira Digital through the Ministry of ICT around how we're continuously supporting young people to then be able to further their own careers, but more importantly, to also get that global view that then enables continuous innovation without maybe restricting it to only that which they've learned internally.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fantastic. This panel is what, in the world of research, I would call a descriptive and exploratory panel. This is not an explanatory panel. So for the academics in the room, we are just starting a conversation. Dr. Tony and Dr. Ibrahim, I'll ask you to have the last word. We have about 8 minutes for Q&A, but I'll ask each of you to maybe say in a sentence, maybe 3 sentences or less, a closing comment, connecting your keynote remarks to everything you've heard in the panel and everything we'll hear from the audience. From the audience, I'll take 4 questions. Ideally, somebody from government, somebody from industry, somebody from academia, and somebody who can't tell where they fit. Raise your hands, microphones can look around the room. Those with the microphones, you'll move around. We'll ask all 3 or 4 questions, and then I'll request each panelist, we have only 8 minutes, so in a minute or less, you'll make your closing remark. Remember, somewhere in there, squeeze in your ask. My one ask to Dr. Omwansa, because this is an exploratory and descriptive panel, we want an opportunity for an explanatory panel in the course of the year and in December during the Innovation Week, and I request you invite everybody here. Dr. Ibrahim, tayarisha budget kidogo, you try and sponsor this conversation to happen again when we meet Dr. Omwansa, and also Robin, Alan, and then also Bwana Peter. So we'll come back to you. Questions from the panel, we'll start with the gentleman at the front, and there's another gentleman at the back. So introduce yourself, academia, government, industry, other.
My name is Mokunya Mugo. I'll fall in the other category based on the options you've given. My question to all the panelists will be, we imagine in the future, we have talked about innovation. What is the one thing that you see next year when we come back, Wanjiko will look back and say, out of Connected 2022, this is what I have benefited as Wanjiko.
Good. So Telcom, that could be a cheaper bundle, a more dynamic bundle. Okay, we have a question there. Actually, I know the gentleman, Brian Omwenga, my colleague at Strathmore in many other circles.
Thank you, Martin. A suggestion also in the form of a question about commercialization. The question here is there a way in which government procures innovation? I think that is a very critical question because the government is a hyperscaling agent for anything. We had Estonia here, and every Estonian individual who was introduced by the president was a private sector person who had worked on the X road. The government actually made them into big companies. And I think this is a challenge that I will set out for Kevin and set out for Dr. Mwanser as well, to create a public procurement policy for innovation. There are many people here in government. I don't know whether they ever buy an innovation. Is it even in the, is it even legal? Is the question. So I believe that's a first place we need to go. I can suggest a number of things. I think people like Telcom, where government has shares, and even for people like Amazon, to have a given percentage of local content in solutions that are given to government that involve local innovators, because we have had hubs, we have had amazing ideas, and very, very few massive companies coming out. So, sorry for question and suggesting, but I think that's something that maybe Kevin can speak to as well.
Okay, so a question in the room about using procurement as a policy instrument to spur innovation. There's quite a number of academics who've written on that. One more question from this side of the room, from the back, at the back. And remember, introduce yourself. Other academia, industry, government? Okay, the microphone may be off. There's another one to your right. Okay, Paul, the microphones are down, but just, okay, there's a third one. We'll keep innovating. And if it doesn't work, if you shout loudly, I'll use my microphone. I'll repeat. Okay, let's try that.
Okay, my name is Anna from Konza Technopolis.
Yes.
So both government, but also on the innovators side. And I have a follow-up question to what has just been asked about why we do not see innovations really being products that we can actually come across in our day-to-day lives. Like what happens with innovation agencies or innovations that are done in separate areas like both government and private sector hubs? What do we need to do to ensure that we actually are able to know about the products and also have a chance to use the products and as a result, really grow our innovation ecosystem? Okay. So it's a challenge, but it's also a concern that we have when we're dealing with innovations and innovators. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My Professor Kalesas Juma will say things like diffusion, things like adoption. Does that capacity exist? So a bunch of ecosystem issues. So what I'll do, I'm stuck between my moderators of the event who have me on a tight leash. We have 2 minutes, 44 seconds. Fortunately, I've requested from Tonio Mwansa an opportunity to engage at your next event. So what I'll do, panelists, you literally have 30 seconds, and you can watch the clock. We are watching it together. If they delay, just give them a bad look. I'll help you with that. So this time we'll start with Robin, and we'll finish with Kevin. 30 seconds. Parting shot, put everything in there, everything you wanted to say.
Thank you. I think I'll just speak on one of the three things. I think that it's clear from the communication and the discussion today, there's a need for us to really accelerate and expand our collaboration. That keeps coming out. And it's clear the potential is enormous. But as I thought about it, I liked what Dr. Mwansa said. He's measured based on the outcome. So the phrase that's coming in my mind is outcome-based innovation. How do we work together towards that? And so that even as we work with our young people, we enable and mentor them so that because there is no shortage of creativity or innovation, but then how do we enable them to tell their stories better? How do we enable them to leverage existing innovation so that they are not reinventing the wheel because of a lack of knowledge? And thirdly, how do we place them on global stages and platforms for impact and exposure? Thank you.
5 words or less, you're asked to HE.
I think I already did. How do we enable and expand the way that we mentor and put our young people on the right stages?
Fantastic. Alan?
Yeah, I think for me, we have a lot of ideas that can then be nurtured to become big innovations tomorrow. my reflection would be, how can we then create this framework, some guiding standard within Kenya that can then elevate our innovative ideas and solutions that we build to the global standards. So the quality aspect. Yeah.
Fantastic. Ask of Echi?
That would be my ask.
That's your ask. Yeah. And you have a fantastic expert, Sandao Jambo, who's one of the UN leaders when you're speaking sustainability, innovation at a global level, Safaricom. We applaud you. Yeah. Peter?
Okay, from my end, we'll not just give cheaper bundles, we'll give more practical, affordable resources for the innovators to work with. Two, just to address what Ada asked. I know he's from the industry, but I think what we're looking at is how do we take some of these innovative products to market? I think we already work with ICTA and CA sometimes. They refer a number of innovators to us to just help assess, is this practical? Do you have the capacity to do what you are saying? And how do we enable you to the market? They ask, we want control. So this control will help us sieve a lot of this. Just a quick one. There's a time an innovator came and he had done an app for matatu industry, transport. He talked, then I asked him, where is the conductor, the makanga? It was not in his structure. It just tells you that goes to the market, it will not take off. It will die day zero.
Okay, so control.
Control.
Okay.
Across the board.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We are now over time, so you can help me, moderators. We give them bad looks, eh? All right, over to you, Dr. Gilbert.
Thank you, Chair. I think I took the shortest time, the first round. So I would just really beg for indulgence, just for 2 minutes. I mean, a minute, if it were.
That's okay. If in doubt, just look in our direction as our faces begin looking.
Thank you so much. Very briefly, I think 3 points. First, just so that you don't think that the CA team here is all male, is 60% female. I would like to recognize Irene, Patricia, Caroline, Florence, Cynthia, and Lynette.
Okay.
That is one. I think they're right in that corner. Secondly, of course, I want to say that the new technologies, they present both opportunities and risks, and not just for government, regulators and operators, and even to consumers. And that is why regulation can help to shape these opportunities and mitigate some of the risks. And of course, to my colleague here, Peter, maybe I'll not forget to say that I'll not quite agree that ICT is heavily regulated, and Bwana PS is there, he'll agree with me. If there are any controls just entirely to ensure quality of service, consumer protection, and compliance, that would be a point I would like to put. And then finally, Bwana Moderator, just to mention what CA is doing in that space of support for digital business.
Okay, in 30 words, in 30 sentences or less, that's about
30 seconds.
Yes.
Yes. One is, of course, access and market development, and I think my colleagues that were here before talked about universal service. And you could go to our booth and talk to the ladies there. They'll tell you more about the opportunities available. I'll also talk about, very, very briefly, enabling environment, and something that may not have been mentioned in terms of protection for consumers. This was also, I think Mr. Nzano talked about it. You could go past our booth to learn about child online protection. There's the e-commerce framework that is being spearheaded by the ministry to enable digital business, and the public key infrastructure framework, which is a system for making sure that you can be correctly digitally identified. And in terms of capacity development, we are open to partnerships, strategic ones, and we're already working across the private sector, government, and researchers and individuals, and you are all welcome to partner with us as we transform and connect this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gilbert. Finally, Kevin, for ICT Authority.
Yes, thank you, Martin. Just to respond to Brian's question about how we can start consuming these innovations, I totally agree with you, Brian. There are very many innovations that are coming out of Kenya, and I'm not specific. I mean, not just ideas, fully fledged products that are coming out. Now, government has already provided AGPO as a way of innovations or as a way of businesses being consumed within government, and I appreciate the fact that innovations are different in terms of they cannot compete in the same space as these other businesses that are coming through AGPO. So yes, I do tend to agree that there is need probably to set up a limited liabilities company, which then could be able to consume these innovations and see how then the same can start being implemented in either private sector or even in government. Something that we probably need to start thinking about the formation of this company, how it's going to be evaluating these innovations. Because as we look at this, then we see how we can scale and start moving the innovations even out of the country.
Thank you very much. If you have enjoyed the panel as much as I have, let's have a round of applause. I want to thank Jacqueline Macharia on behalf of the ICT Authority. She is in the Innovations Department, fantastic person. She helped us put together the panel and coordinate us accordingly. Because we don't have time, Dr. Omwansa and Dr. Ibrahim, just stand. If you have enjoyed the panel and we can meet again in Innovation Week, just thumbs up. Just stand up, let everybody face you, including those who are online. You have enjoyed it? Good. So we meet at the panel. My parting shot, I was delighted to meet my BCom student. They're just about to graduate, Moses Njenga, who turns out is an intern with Peter and with Julius at Telcom and by extension Mugo. And we've been teaching them very creative ways, the world of sustainability, shared value, etc. And he shared with me yesterday that this was his first flight in his life, coming to Mombasa. And all the people he's met, it's just blown his mind away. So connected, you're doing something special. It's my first time here, and I'll take the story back to my Vice Chancellor Designate, Dr. Ogutu, and Dr. Njenga, PS Jerome, you've been with us many times there, and the whole team from the ministry. Thank you very much. We hope you've enjoyed the panel, and I look forward to interacting in the rest of our settings. Thank you very much, panel.
Another round of applause, please, for the panel and moderator as well. Quite an insightful discussion there. Also very cognizant of time as a moderator, and as you can see, has a very bad look to boot. Made sure all of them finish on time. Rare skill set that is. Thank you so much for that particular discussion. Asanteni sana.
Indeed, indeed. And we must say thank you in the proper way, just to appreciate all of the panelists and their contributions this morning. So I'd like to call on the Chief Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of ICT, Ms. Maureen Mbaka, to join us stage left as we hand over the gifts. Round of applause for CAS. Thank you for helping us with this. And I'd like to call on Robin Jiru to first head up to receive his gift from AWS. Thank you so much for your contributions this morning.
And even as Robin goes to get his gift, I know it might sound obvious, but I'll still underscore the fact that as you get your gift, please smile for the camera.
Yes.
Yeah, please. It would be good. Might be good. Thank you so much for that, Robin.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'd like to call on Kevin Atibu to also go up and receive his gift. Thank you so much for your contributions today from the ICT Authority. Round of applause. And I think that would actually encourage them to smile for the camera.
Yes.
Yeah.
Applause to go with it. There you go. Asante sana.
Fantastic. Dr. Mugeni from the Communications Authority, you may head up to receive your gift. Thank you so much. You forgot to mention tomorrow is the deadline for SIM card registration. I don't know how many people have actually done that. We're enjoying Diani. Have you done it?
Well, I was with Chiloba a couple of days ago, so let's say I know a guy.
Hopefully they give us a grace period. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Mugeni. Christopher Mukua to head up to receive his gift as well. He is not on the panel, okay, but we do have Alan Kipsang from Safaricom. Thank you. Round of applause for him.
Alan.
Wonderful. And Peter Othino from Telcom. Thank you. We appreciate your contributions this morning. And last but not least, I have to say, out of all of the breakout sessions and plenaries, this was our best.
Absolutely.
Moderator, Martin
Martin Bayer, thank you so much for that.
From Strathmore University. Really keeping time. We really appreciate it. And an engaging discussion as well.
Absolutely. Yesterday learned the fact that what we had right here is what at Safaricom, I believe they call the quadruple helix in terms of the conversations that are going on there. Not only industry, but government, academia as well. And when Mukunya also brought out the fact that you can have these conversations, but if you're not plugging in the community or public or Wanjiko, as we call her, then you're not really having that connect taking place.
Absolutely.
Because that's really the last mile of all of what we're doing right here.
Connecting all of those nodes. So which category are we in?
Well, there's others, and then there's one just after that. I believe that's where we are.
The one just after. We'll take
right
it.
after that.
We'll take it.
Okay, so I think this
Fantastic.
brings us to our break, a much-needed tea break at this particular point in time. We're going to be back here at 11:30 for another discussion on sustainable entrepreneurship for job creation. That happens right here as well. So you have half an hour for that. You can go and grab yourself a cup of coffee, cup of tea. Remember, the conversation still continues online as well. You can engage there as well. Hashtag Connected Summit 2022.
Thank you.
Of course, we've heard about the statistics, talking about the fact that probably 85% of the jobs in the future don't even exist right now.
Absolutely.
So the big question is, how are we preparing ourselves for this
How are we getting ready?
uncertain future? And that's the discussion we're having today, to get into these particular nitty-gritties and finding out how you can best prepare, or best prepare your younger ones for what's coming ahead. Those are conversations we're having here, a very able panel discussion going through that particular discussion as well. But before all of that, let's literally set the stage with this video.
I went to college, I studied graphic design, but from there it was hard finding a job because most employers focus on the physical appearance instead of them focusing on your abilities as a person.
My hopes were so high that I would get a job. I had to work really hard and try to do some jobs on the side. I started with selling weighing skills in butcheries.
I think there's a bit of time where I was taken over by depression, and it was kind of challenging for me.
I think where we come from is the fact that 75% of our population is actually made up of youth. So driving them and giving them the tools that they need to take up the offerings of the digital space is where Ajira comes in.
Ajira program is aimed at training our young people to be able to get access to digital work.
So when we started with this Ajira 2, we started almost with just very few platforms, which have grown to 56 now. And out of those 56 platforms, we've realized about 1.2 million digital jobs and digitally enabled jobs in around 1 year.
So 1.2 million are the people working. Over 7.5 million are aware.
So when I joined the JIRA, we were trained in transcription, managing our finances, as well as some portion of content writing.
So the first time I registered in Ajira, I didn't have any skills because I saw there was data analysis, data entry, transcription. I had no idea what those things were.
Our trainings are designed to be 2-day to 1-week trainings where a young person is able to go through: how do I create an online work account? What is this online work and gig economy? How do I create a profile? How do I bid? And most importantly, how do I grow my rating to a degree where I can earn a dignified income and to support myself and those in my family.
And I was surprised that at the comfort of your home, provided you had a small place and a reliable internet, you could actually get something.
The youth of Kenya are very innovative, very creative, industrious, and they are very tech savvy as well. They are very enthusiastic about the training, and they can access the program through constituency innovation hubs, which we are rebranding as Ajira Youth Empowerment Centers, because these centers are equipped with the digital devices and connectivity.
At the moment, we've done over 212. And so our plan is in the short run to be able to get to the 1,450. In the long run, to be able to get everybody to be walking distance from a free Wi-Fi center in the country.
The private sector contributes 3/4 of the GDP in this country. So it is our role as a private sector to create jobs. Government provides an enabling environment.
Ajira Digital is a good demonstration in its own way. It's a creative and innovative way of thinking about job creation. And in the commitment of Young Africa Works, we look forward to partnering with more other partners and stakeholders in realizing the vision of 30 million young people securing dignified work by the year 2030, if not exceed it.
This project has changed me personally because this is my first experience being in a working environment. It has made me earn and pay some of the school fees that are pending.
I can testify that I have been earning through online working. It is through this project that some of us here have also even had an interest of setting other online tasks, maybe from abroad.
And so this has encouraged us to say, if we continue to support more platforms, if we continue to do a lot of more e-government, then we can create many more jobs. I think we can double the number in a year.
So that's what I'm saying, from 1.2 million, if we can get each of them in a year to mentor 10 and get those other 10 working, then we are at 12 million.
It's a really good opportunity, it's mind-opening. You may be crying there are no jobs, but Ajira is really enabling young men out there to find dignified jobs.
I can also encourage persons with disability to try Ajira and they won't be disappointed.
It gives you an insight of what you can do in an online world.
I don't know, I can put it this way, that I'm a living proof of what digital space can do.
So there you have it, listening to those creative minds talking about what Ajira has done for them, opening up a totally new world.
It's always nice to see the faces behind in terms of the beneficiaries, Amina, Ali, Billy, and Florence, and all the others who shared their experience and just how they're driving forward their careers.
And that's the conversation we're having today. It's all about the role of the digital economy in reimagining labor and youth employment. It's not only about getting the work. Is the work dignified? More importantly, is the income from that particular work they're doing dignified? And that's a conversation we're having right here in this panel discussion. I'd like to call on stage Dr. Ehud Gashogo from the Kenya Private Sector Alliance to moderate this particular session, even as we move it forward. Is Dr. in the house? There he is. A round of applause for him, tafadhali. Asante sana.
Good morning, everyone. Connected fire. You know, I can see my peers here, so I have to really make sure that the slogan remains very active throughout the session. My name is Ehud Gachogo. I work with the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, and I am supporting implementation of Ajira Digital Project, and we're very excited to be part of these conversations and this convening. The video has set the pace, and this really sets the introduction of the conversation that we're going to be having in the next couple of hours or minutes. And the questions that have been posed are real. Jobs, jobs, jobs. We have been talking about skills. We know the importance of skills. But in the end, it's about balancing lives and livelihoods, and therefore creating enough, better, sufficient, dignified jobs for our economy is a priority for all of us. And this is really why all hands have to be on the deck to be able to drive this needle forward. A few statistics have been quoted, and I would like just to reiterate a few of them. That 75% of our Kenyan population is below the age of 35 years of age. So what does that exactly mean to us sitting in this room and others who we are representing in this room? That our future as a country is very young. Where are young people in designing the solutions that dictate and future-proofs their lives as either workforce for our companies, workforce for our economy, but also consumers of various services and products that we are designing for them. By 2025, we are expecting that 5 million young Kenyans will be entering the labor market. How prepared are we as an economy to take care of these young people entering the labor market in this space and this speed that we all are not fully prepared for? There is only one solution. We have all the necessary foundational ingredients to make it work. Our expanding SME sector proves the fact that we have an opportunity to participate in global trade, and of course, starting from African Continental Free Trade Area and other opportunities we've discussed in this forum. But also more importantly is the talent that we have and the companies that are seeking that talent to be able to change and drive transformation in their companies. Digital economy provides us that right opportunity. The digital tools, the digital technology that is applicable in this time and context then helps us to accelerate the already foundations that have been set. Allow me to sort of size up this opportunity before I call in my panel. It's expected that the digital economy is going to contribute up to 1.5 trillion additional Kenya shillings by 2025. That means that's almost equivalent to 9.25% addition to the GDP. Statistics have been shown here that last year, a survey that was conducted pointed to the fact that the number of young people thriving, earning decently through digital and digitally enabled work was 1.2 million. And the average wage for these young people was $210, equivalent to Kenya shillings 21,000 every single month. This is way above our minimum wage as prescribed by our labor laws. These statistics will not feature in many of our research and many of our reporting. They go unreported. What does that mean? It means that the digital work is becoming a reality. There's a revolution that's taking place beneath the surface, and now we need all hands on deck to be able to drive this momentum and make sure that we include the 5 million who are looking upon us to get into work. And so to be able to unpack this, allow me to invite my very distinguished, experienced, and resourceful panel up front to be able to discuss this topic. I'll start with Mr. Patrick Karanja, who is the program lead at of Digital Economy Mastercard Foundation. So, Mr. Patrick, please come forward. A round of applause for Patrick as he comes forward. Let's have Mr. Ken Mwenda, the Chief Executive Officer, Mobilis Technologies. A lot of applause for Ken. Thank you. Engineer Mercy Mugure, Chief Executive Officer, Adept Technologies. A round of applause. Mr. Butembei Karaoke, Chief Executive Officer, First Tagger. Please come forward. Thank you. And last but not least, Mr. Joseph Mjomba, a young person who is a specialist in data entry and web development. Thank you very much. So allow me to start by asking you, Patrick, Mastercard Foundation has chosen to invest in digital economy. Why is this important for the foundation and for the country and for anyone willing and interested in investing in the digital work, and especially for young people in Africa?
Well, thank you, Ehud. Daktari. And I think I'll start with an appreciation note. Almost a decade ago, I was here as a young person receiving an innovation award at Connected Kenya. And it's such an honor to stand on stage because the stage looked so big, and it is big at that time. Digital economy is associated with a bit of an aloof or impersonation. There's lack of human touch when you bring technology into the idea of work. It is associated with people being laid off from work, automation, and such. And so again, it is an honor for me to speak about digital economy in opportunities for young people in the country. And let me get into the MasterCard Foundation Young Africa Work Strategy, which you asked about. Young Africa Work Strategy was born out of a journey by the MasterCard Foundation to try and understand what would we focus on in the next 10 or so years. What was so core and important in the continent that if you don't address, there's no progress, or there'll be very minimal progress in our work. The MasterCard Foundation is a philanthropy founded in 2006, incorporated in 2009. It's one of the largest philanthropies in the world. And we learned that in Africa, by the year 2030, we'll have one of the largest populations for young people, about 300 young people in the continent. But the opportunities available to these young people don't match the growth that we are seeing. And that's a big problem. That's a really big problem, but it's also an opportunity, the demographic dividend. And so Young Africa Works was born to address the challenge of youth unemployment or lack of work opportunities, and it is to enable 10% of these 300 million, 30 million young people to access dignified work by the year 2030. Our strategy then went into looking at country priorities and countries where we would most likely or most probably get more traction. And Kenya was one of the 7 countries where we started off. Kenya is amongst Nigeria in the west, Senegal, as well as Ghana. We also have Rwanda, Uganda, and Ethiopia. Why digital economy in Kenya? I think Connected Kenya is a good example of the vibrance and dynamism of this economy in the country. And we observed that in our diagnostics, in our strategy, in engaging with different stakeholders. Digital economy in particular gives an opportunity to create new jobs, to create entirely new sectors, thinking about industries. It is both an enabler as well as a vertical on its own in terms of business. And so for that reason, we partnered and we were looking at partnerships that could scale. And I think we're very pleased to have found, as an example, one of the partnerships being with the Ministry of ICT and Youth Affairs in the promotion of or the expansion of Ajira Digital being operational around the country. And in this respect, our partnership looked at 4 key components and a 5th one which I'll talk about. The first one was to address the challenge of skills. And I think we'll get to hear how we are engaging young people and providing skills to understand the gig economy for digital and digitally enabled work. And the second one was to think about the infrastructure. How are young people getting access and reducing barriers to access, both in terms of internet and cost of internet, as well as just proximity and devices. The third component was to think about the private sector. But let me speak about the public sector. The public sector, we have seen tremendous progress in the country through digital transformation of government services or delivery of government services. And we believe and have seen that it is possible to create work opportunities for our young people through the process of digital transformation. The last one was private sector engagement. Of course, jobs are created mainly and mostly through the private sector in an economy like this one. And in private sector, we thought of different ways that we can support and work with to learn as well as to test and scale ideas around digital enterprises, as well as engagement with existing actors and stakeholders to see opportunities for work for young people. And the last one was, in which ways do we most effectively and efficiently engage, mobilize, and then get young people to be trained, and that was to develop a portal, ajiradigital.go.ke. I think that captures, in summary, the partnership and the conviction that there's a lot of potential in the country, given where we are. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Patrick. And I think you talked about a very fundamental point on the role of government. In the traditional approach to job creation, the role of creating jobs was really bestowed on the private sector. The digital economy is also telling us otherwise, that government can also be provider of work for young people, and therefore close collaboration between private sector and public sector is paramount, and it's actually almost a necessary condition for us to push the conversation and the job agenda forward. And really that's where Ken comes, and I think I want to take that on you. I'm sure your company is a private sector company preparing young people for the future of work. What are some of the things that you've learned along the way? How should other companies use the same script that you are using as Immobilis to be able to jump into the bandwagon and start, supporting young people in developing the necessary capacities to do digital work, but also to become digital entrepreneurs in future?
Good afternoon, everyone, and all protocols observed. Thank you for the million-dollar question, Dr. Ehud, and maybe 400,000 after taxes. Allow me to start by giving a bit of context about Ajira Digital and our role in that to maybe help answer that question. The first thing that I would say is Ajira Digital is a catalytic ecosystem level intervention by the government of Kenya. And working as a private-public partner to deploy it with KEPSA, ourselves as Immobilis, and graciously funded by the MasterCard Foundation. Now that some might say is kizungu mingi, but suffice it to say it's an intervention to deal with one of the largest and most complex crises of our time as a country and as a continent, and that is youth unemployment. And the idea that 39% of African youth are unemployed. To put that in perspective, that's about 5.3 million youth. To put that in further context, about 800,000 young people graduate from TVETs and institutions of higher learning every year. And of those, only about 78,000 to 90,000 get absorbed into formal employment. So one area I would commend the government in its sort of long-term vision in creating Ajira Digital is then saying, how do we as a government create an enabling environment around digital economy? Last 2 weeks ago, for example, the 6th undersea cable for Kenya, the Peace Cable, was launched, which makes it very exciting, and as a way of internet connectivity, makes it very exciting for those of us in the private sector. But the idea being, how do you reach youth where they are, in mashinani, in rural centers? How do you empower, in particular, young women? 60 to 70% of the beneficiaries of the program are meant to be young women. And how do you make sure that we can overcome the obstacles of access to devices, skills, training, mentorship, and access to connectivity and internet are solved? And that's where we as Immobilis come in. We've been in operation for the past 11 years. We are a digital and software development training institution and incubation hub. And our role in Ajira Digital is on programs 1 and 2 is to help with the operationalization of 101 centers of the 200 plus that were mentioned. And that is by resourcing with center managers, operations manuals, equipment, and so on. But the second component of that is helping to establish Ajira clubs as a model for sort of peer learning, youth taking ownership in institutions, and to continue sort of peer learning and communities of online workers that get developed through the clubs in institutions and that then can be sustainable. So that's more or less been our role. Part of what we've learned, to your question, is there are 3 areas of training that we focused on to prepare young people and equip them for both the future of work, but what the digital economy has shown us. The first is on the Ajira Digital content and curriculum developed by the government, and it's in 5 skill areas. It's a 5-day program, and we have about 55 trainers that are on board to deliver this. And in that training, there's 5 skill categories, as I mentioned, from transcription to content writing, to translation, to digital marketing. But there's a second component of Ajira Digital that we help to deploy, and that is website development trainings. And when you look at what has happened with His Excellency launching the Africa Development Center in the last 2 or 3 weeks, where there's about 453 developers, software developers, showing the demand, and hopefully with Google and Amazon set to do something similar. We're very excited about what website development training and those skill sets mean for young Kenyans. And then the third and final area is on Amazon Web Services Cloud Practitioner Program, through a partnership that the government, through the Ministry of ICT and Youth Affairs, established with Amazon Web Services. So it's looking at the spectrum of skills, starting from beginner and basic to intermediate to advanced. And so if you're a young person and an online worker and you have a strong enough background, then you can take advantage of these emerging opportunities in whether it's cloud practitioner or becoming a software developer. And then the final part is really just to say that where we see this partnership working well and what the template could be is we see young people starting as online workers and as freelancers, and some of them, like one of our success stories, a young man by the name of Samuel Malaga, earning 50,000 shillings a month as a freelancer, moving on to starting a digital marketing agency by the name of Branded Africa, hiring 3 other young people, young men and young women. And so that sort of catalytic enterprise development amongst young people, supporting other young people, is what we hopefully see as the future of this program. Working with KEPSA, who have been phenomenal on either doing career fairs for the employment side, or exposing SMEs to the idea of how do you outsource, how do you digitize, and how do you, through judiciary, create government e-jobs, and micro-jobbing has been phenomenal because it's created a further set of opportunities and advanced what's happening in the digital space. So I think that's what I would mention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ken. And it's really interesting how you point to the fact that, of course, we're looking at entry level, but then there's progression after you enter, because in the end, we just don't also want to create 1 million of workers. We also want to create entrepreneurs who can also be able to employ more, as the CS was speaking on the video. And this goes to you, Mtembei, because you've been here longer. Being a digital entrepreneur, having formed and operationalized a very successful platform. It's really been a journey, of course, and we would like to know your experiences around, being an entrepreneur in this space. What does it mean? What does it take for young people to move from the space where Ken is preparing them as freelancers to agents and finally to platform owners?
Thank you, Dr. Ari. Okay. So I think there's one famous entrepreneur in Kenya called Sam Gishuru who said, if you want to know God more intimately, then become an entrepreneur in Kenya. So that's a bit of a snippet of what it takes to be an entrepreneur and what you usually go through. So I think my journey has been quite interesting in tech and being interested in tech. So I don't know, for those who knew about Kenya in the 90s, there was a place called Gashie, where a lot of the Wanogos or Shoshos, if you know those names, those were the hardened criminals in Nairobi, where they came from. So that's actually where I was born and I grew up. And from a kid growing up in that sort of environment, and at some point I was this kid who used to like taking apart machines, and I think my parents realized, okay, this one is going to take apart almost every electronic thing in this house. So my dad got these scrap computers that were being thrown away by companies, and that was my introduction into technology. Mm-hmm. And in one of these computers years later, I discovered a program called ELIZA, which was one of the first ever AIs, natural language programming bot, which was called ELIZA. It was acting as a psychologist, so I used to talk to it a lot and spend most of my time just engaging in the computer and not playing outside. So my parents were a bit worried at that time, but I was just getting my interest into technology. And so that was sort of my first other now introduction into advanced technology. And through that time, I was just so focused on what can I do with technology at that time. But then later on, I started getting involved with human rights and had roommates in a conference who had been child soldiers in Sierra Leone. And so I just started realizing the world is more than technology. There's also a lot of complicated things going on. So I started thinking, how can you connect technology to try to make the world better for these other peers of mine who have had a completely different experience? So then, the ideas started coming through university of, how do you build a startup? How do you do, entrepreneurship? I went through a program called Junior Achievement, again, which was connected to the to youth development movement at that time. So then, right after campus, decided to, think about entrepreneurship some more. Got an opportunity to travel to India around the time where some of their unicorns were coming up. Companies such as Flipkart, and I was just seeing all these amazing young Indians coming up with companies which today are multi-billion-dollar, valuation companies. So now being, back home, back in Kenya, getting into the whole iHub movement from, what Professor Ndemo, the great work he did by, getting Kenya to connect to the submarine cables. That's really started, bringing around, my interest in, hanging out with, the crowd at iHub, other innovators, people coming up with startups. And so decided to jump into the startup ecosystem, and little did I know that I'd be getting to know God more intimately through the process. And we started a startup. Right now, I'm part of a startup called Fastaga. Our whole vision is democratizing artificial intelligence. For that experience I had in engaging with the AI for the first time when I was around 11 years old to now, it's been, they say, Steve Jobs said, you can't, you can only know what's happening when you connect the dots backwards, not forward. And so through all that meandering path is coming up with this startup called Fastaga, thinking about how can you use advanced technology to create solutions for Africa, because one of the things we saw was that if you're going to get into AI, what you need is the same way a baby, you keep on giving them a picture of an apple, and then multiple times they'll understand that that's an apple. It's the same way machine learning works for teaching AI to do all the things that it does, from self-driving cars to other things. And so I went for a conference in Japan once, and these professors from MIT and everybody, and nobody mentioned Africa even once. They were all talking about how AI is going to transform Japan, is going to transform the US and change jobs. And I stood up and asked, okay, so what about Africa? We're going to have 2 billion people by 2050. 1 billion of that is going to be young people. And they didn't have an answer for that. But within that, you saw the opportunity of where if you're going to train AI, you can have young people doing that training. And then you can build the training data sets for Africa. And so that's one of the focuses that Fastaga is working on. How do you create those training data sets, which are very specific? One of the small projects we've been doing is, one of the big challenges for computer vision is using for skin disease detection. You can use an app for doing that. And there's a big lack of data sets of African skin because we have darker skin tone. And so through engagement in about 2020, we started engaging with Ajira and KEPSA, and we were actually pretty much going to go down as a startup if we hadn't engaged because of COVID. And the digital workers that we were able to engage from Ajira, who are already trained in doing the data labeling, helped us a lot. We were able to fulfill our contracts to different clients because of working with the young people. We've worked with about 100 of these amazing young people so far. Some of them, within a month, were able to earn up to about $250. That's about 25,000, 30,000 Kenya shillings during the pandemic, which added to their income. And that's been really great for us. And it's been a great experience so far working with Ajira. And the entrepreneurship experience is up and down, but I can only say that it's worthwhile at the end, but the process is you also get to know the good Lord a bit more.
Yeah, thank you, Mtembe, for that. I think we all need to be closer to this good Lord. And I think one of the points that you brought very conspicuously is the role of platforms in supporting the growth of digital work in the country. And I think this is one of the strategic investment areas for Ajira, because we see in the end that platforms have a very critical role to play if they are well supported through various, assistance and, finance, technology, route market, and the rest. But you see, those are the platforms, they're the new normal. But Mercy, you've been in this sector for quite a while, and interesting to say that I think you've seen the whole motion of business process outsourcing work, right from when work was originally more about, offshoring to currently where we are trying to ring fence work nationally so that we can increase the size of the young people working in the digital economy space. What's your reflection on what should businesses do more to allow companies like yourself, which are locally registered, locally operating, and serving local market, to do more, to do better, and even scale?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, all. So as Adept, we started work in 2007. And in 2007, the Kenyan market didn't really understand what outsourcing was. At that time, we were undertaking transcription, and I would describe to people what they do, and they were so confused. So why are some Americans recording some things and sending the audios to you guys to type out? Because what happens in Kenya, you actually employ a PA, a secretary, and office assistant, who is in the meeting room to actually take notes. So it was a very strange, phenomenal thing. Through the years, that has changed. So there's been a bit more of local companies outsourcing. So we find contact center is picking up, cloud services, we are able to offer services there, transcription and data entry. Now the platforms have been very important, and I think they're a very important place to put work. So a platform works like a job supermarket. But you find, so the people with work post there, and the people looking for work go into the supermarket to search for jobs. But you find, like in any other supermarket, people tend to buy what they can recognize. So you'll go onto this platform and you'll see image and data labeling, and most Kenyan youth will be wondering, what on earth is that? Because it doesn't really describe, we don't teach in our local universities or wherever something called image and data labeling. So there's a whole ecosystem that's actually comes and needed to support these platforms. And that's one of the places that Ken comes in. So he's offering that kind of training. So the platforms are good, and I think they still need to be worked on. For more people to also put up work in the platforms, the enablers are also needed. So you find as Adept, up until 2020, only 10% of our work was actually local. So 90% of our work has continued to be international. Number two is that we've also purposed to offer first jobs. So generally, we don't employ people who have had jobs before. So we are very intentional on that part. In 2020, we joined this project enabled by Ministry of ICT and KEPSA. And what they were able to do is unlock outsourcing work locally. So as Adept, we are participating in transcribing audios from the judiciary. So as the judiciary continues to digitize, they are recording open court sessions. So we receive those audios, type them out, and return. And you find we're able to return work even with a 24-hour turnaround. So there is opportunity to keep growing this sector. We appreciate that there's intentionality even by government to really promote this, because for us to be able to show our experience and what Kenyans can do, we need to be offering those services in-house. So we are looking for other opportunities, and not just entry-level work. As Ken is saying, as he continues to train people on more knowledge-based services, we as Adept also want to continue offering more knowledge-based services. So we intend to continue working with local companies, but also participating with those same skills through the international platforms.
Yeah, I think, Massive, the point around you working with Ajira and being able to pivot your company during a pandemic is a story of many more, because in the end, what we're seeing is that local work can be done by local companies with less restrictions and a more adaptable labor which understands the context. And Kenyans, we are very good at doing that. And so I think that's a very good perspective in terms of how we can together come and support growth of local outsourcing space and work. And Mjomba here is an excellent example of how young people really are transforming their lives through working online. And so Mjomba, the question for you is, how did your journey start? Why did you even think of becoming a digital worker in the first place?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. My name is Joseph Mjomba. I'm a data entry and a management expert. I took the Ajira online program last year in May because I recently completed my university studies, and the job market was a bit tough. So at a point in time, I came through a poster for the free courses, and I immediately registered and took the data management course, because the aspects they were training on were a bit broad, and I think there were less competition compared to the other courses. So I took the online class and took the 5-week mentorship. I was assigned a one-on-one mentorship, mentor. So they guide us on how to package ourselves to compete with the other freelancers, because in the international market there are more freelancers from Asia, so the competition is very, very high. So you need to be taught how to package your and sell yourself to the employers. That's a very critical aspect, because there are a lot of people who are qualified but don't know how to show potential employers and explain themselves very, very, very well. So, immediately during my mentorship, I was lucky, because in the 5th week I managed to land my first job on Appen. It's a data collection site dealing more with also AI. So, and that was it opened the door, because now you get connections to other sites like Remote Tasks and Upwork. And I was getting about, in the beginning, I was getting around 6,000. So because I already had a business idea for connecting fundis in my area to online consumers, I also used the skills from Ajira Digital to collect data on my target market and validate my idea. So I was balancing through using the skills to earn online and validate my idea. And the earnings I got also helped me to stay afloat for some upkeep and to finance my and bootstrap my startup. And in that was the whole of last year. So this year now I had gathered enough data to now get started on working on the prototype, but I didn't have a place to settle down, an office space. So I headed out to Ajira Empowerment Center in Likoni, and I was offered a working space. They have internet, they have laptops, so, and you also get to meet other like-minded people, and you can use that community to really empower yourself and share ideas there. So right now the prototype is online. It's called Fundilink. We have more than 10 fundis in Likoni, and they are utilizing the tools very well, because we want them to take the opportunity to share their work to potential customers. So they have they fill out. I make the profiles for them, set out their portfolio. So when a potential customer goes to the profile, they can see if they are well equipped and they fit their needs. So there's a link, they can contact the fundis immediately and set out more meetings. That is my journey, and I'm really, really grateful for Ajira, because they have taken a very huge part in my journey up to here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mjomba, and you represent another 1,109 point something young people who are also working and thriving online like Mjomba, and And Patrick, you know, you represent a very interesting generation. I think you're intergenerational in this journey of digital work. You represent the past, you are here in the present, and shaping the future. What a nice spot to be in. So the question for you is, all what we're discussing here sustainable? How can we do and do it better to double the number, to triple the number of young people who are thriving and earning digitally in this country?
That's a nice way to call me old. Thank you, Daktari. We took some time to understand the barriers and the challenges young people at the MasterCard Foundation that the young people face in accessing or being able to get dignified work. And there were interesting barriers when it came to digital economy, most of which, or some of which, have been addressed in the conversations, different conversations that have been held here. The first barrier was what the panel has said. Kenya has a high literacy rate. We have a lot of young people, and we are making good progress in getting young people to go through education. And that's impressive as a country. But we don't have the skills to compete globally for work opportunities. And that means that we have not solved the problem of unemployment or lack of work. And so the first barrier we have to address is rethinking, reimagining how young people acquire skills, both in institutionalized processes, but creatively through non-institutionalized processes, especially ongoing learning, lifelong learning. And I think that's a very good example. The case of Ajira is a work readiness training. It's not training for you to get a certificate because you went and got a certificate, in architecture. It presumes that you already have the technical skills, but then it works, or you work with two aspects or two approaches in the curriculum. Classroom level, but most importantly, what he talked about, mentorship and peer mentorship, and working with communities of young people who are already successful. So we have to rethink skills. That's the first thing for us to have sustainable model. We have talent as a country. That talent is an asset in economic development. You mentioned about services exports. I see that as a great opportunity for this country through the talent that we have. The second barrier that we had from young people was that despite our celebration of the digital economy and the progression that we've seen in the last so many years, 10 to be precise, or 13, when we got our fiber optic, is a good number. But this infrastructure is still not accessible in an affordable way to young people. They can't afford to buy a smartphone. They can't afford the bundles that they're using, or they may not be able to use the device and the bundles for the kind of work that he was talking about. That's what we heard from young people. And so bridging the gap of finding innovative ways to reduce or eliminate barriers for access to infrastructure and devices, which I think I've had in some of the conversations here, is something that we have to invest in. And then finally, this is a journey that is a national level priority. I think up to now, we've seen a lot of pilots, attempts, ideas, and the conversations are still far from the problem. We must make a determination and be intentional to create work opportunities for our young people. It is not just enterprise development. It is not just training young people, but we must be intentional and prioritize creating work opportunities. Or else, we end up with a situation where we had a great opportunity and we didn't take advantage of that opportunity. And I don't really want to imagine the alternative. It is not a scenario that I want to play in my mind. It is an existential problem. And that means that we must make a commitment as public sector and private sector to not only create enabling environment, but to get our hands dirty, roll up, and look for practical solutions that create sustainable digital work opportunities for young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Too many pilots, and we are not able to scale. I think that's really important. And with that, I now want to open the floor for anyone in the plenary who would like to ask questions to this very able panel or make comments. So I'll take a few, and then we will channel them to the panelists. I can see one hand there. Yes, kindly stand up, and someone can pass the mic.
Connected Fire. Thank you very much. My name is Kevin Okech from Kenya Animal Genetic Resources Center, based in Nairobi. Well, I believe that online work cannot be the only solution to solve the employment gaps that we have in this country. But be that as it may, I would like to know from Ajira that after training these young people, do we have a form of a follow-up mechanism that ensures that even after training them, they are also able to disseminate the same information, or rather the same knowledge that they get, to others within their community, so that in the end, we do not have just one person in a community who is enlightened while the other ones still wallow in underemployment. And the reason I'm bringing this is because even the hubs that we are talking about, which we have in the communities, in most cases, some of them remain idle due to the unwillingness to actually get the will from the community, which is always caused by lack of awareness within the community. What is Ajira doing to ensure that even as we train the young people, we are able, because each and every year we produce a number of people who are in the communities, we are able to actually continue to minimize the rising number of young people who are untrained. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Any other question? Before it, yes. You can answer that too.
Thank you very much. My name is Clive from Strathmore University. I like what Patrick has mentioned about the skill gap in terms of our population. So my question is, what are you doing about, or not you, Ajira, I think that's the mandate of Ajira, but you brought it up, our education system. We generate a lot of graduates who are not work ready compared to the opportunities available. So from your learnings, is this something that you can incorporate in the formal education so that we carry everybody with us? I don't know whether that makes sense. Thank you.
It does. Thank you. Yes.
Well, good morning. I'm Peter Ikomele from Communications Authority of Kenya. My question is, how do we move from Ajira being a temporal source of finance to something more permanent? Because as the young people grow older, they need something more substantial. How do we connect Ajira to companies so that when you take guys through Ajira, they're assured of getting a place and earning something? Thank you very much.
Can you have the second question there? Any other question before I pass it to my panelists to respond? One more there.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Engineer Penina from Tom Mboya University College, and my question also goes towards the Ajira program. So working with so many young people at the university setup, my question follows, given that you give the training and give the jobs, what are the statistics of success stories? Like, do you have a margin of success in terms of these are the number of people that have been trained, and these are the number of people that have succeeded and are actually able to get the jobs? So because we hear a lot about the training, but after that, we really don't hear much about the success rates of the program. So I'd like to get more insights about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those questions. I now allow my panelists to respond to that, and they're heavy ones. So I think, Ken, you can give it a stab, then Patrick, and then the rest of my panels can add. Quickly, 1 minute each.
Yeah, thank you for those questions. Clearly, no easy questions this morning. I can see why it's Connect Fire. So I think to address the first question, the idea of sort of what happens after, and I think it's tied to the question by the lady as well, is we hear a lot about training, what are the metrics, success, and what are the follow-throughs, right? So you're absolutely right. One of the biggest challenges that we found in the 2.5 years that we've been helping implement this program is that it required a massive education of the market and youth from the perspective of a mindset shift, right? So this understanding that both kazi ni kazi and the future is online, and the world has shifted. The world has just shifted in a particular and different way, and even before COVID. So this idea that not everyone will necessarily get a 9-to-5 job, and that is okay. 2, that you can have multiple clients, right, be on multiple platforms, as was sort of mentioned here, which then together augments and gives you a dignified income, hopefully. But so one of the responses to that has been massive outreach, awareness, and mobilization campaigns. So for example, at the Ajira Youth Empowerment Centers, the center managers are tasked with mapping their communities, working with church-based organizations, community-based groups. The collaborators, we've worked with SHOFCO, we've worked with the Kenya Girl Guides, we've worked with Compassion, so that they are already working with youth audiences, and so the idea that there is opportunities for them in the digital economy and the digital space gets across to them, and that this is a viable way of earning a dignified income. So that's maybe one of the things I would say. Then there was a very important question also that you asked about sort of continuity post-training. We work with the institutions, about 40 of them, to launch Ajira clubs, and in that model there is TVET champions, so that the institutions themselves take ownership, and it becomes a club that's sort of embedded in the institution, the same way as a Rotaract club or an ISEC club or any other sort of club, with students taking ownership and having, so we've given them resources like an Ajira Club's handbook, so that they have a model for how do you set up this club, how do you run it sustainably, and how can it become a work hub, right? So post-training, then what can happen? And I think also linked to that question, you asked, and creating communities of online workers. So for example, we've done meetups in about 3 regions so far. We started our first meetup about, and this is for online workers, for beginner online workers to interact and engage and get mentorship and experience shared by experienced online workers. So we did the first one at JKUAT. We've done a subsequent one at Maseno University. We're planning for one coming up in the next month here in the Coast region, because we love you guys in Coast region, and it's been fantastic to be hosted here. But so we will continue to do those so that there's a chance for interaction and peer learning and mentorship from experienced online workers. We did a Tracer survey, and this tried to reach out to about 15,000 young people. We engaged a company by the name Tifa Research, so it was independently done. And of those 15,000, they were able to reach 10,000 youth that we had trained. Our interest was to follow up on what happens post-training, to the question about then what next. So you trained, and then, because we're not doing this as a training activity, and nor for the sake of training. So we wanted to understand what's working, what's not working, where do youth end up, how long does it take them to maybe get their first opportunity and earn their first income. And so that gave us a lot of insights. One of the insights was that of the 10,000 youth who were reached through that Tracer survey, 3,000 of them had gone onwards to mentor a further 2,000 or 3,000 of their friends, family members, because they found this was interesting, viable, and a means of earning a dignified income. And so they then, of their own volition, were able to train others in their community.
So, Ken, I think I will have to pause you a little bit, because there's something Jeff wants to...
We shall take it over from this point very briefly as far as it's concerned. The Q&A continues, but we'll take a brief pause on that. We have our guest who needs to make a dash at this point. I'd like to call on our Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of ICT, Youth and Innovations to welcome our guest, PS Jeremy. The floor is... Again, connected fire, connected power. That's what was going on right there. So a bit of a change in terms of the deliberations and instructions. If you could actually have closing remarks, and I'm sorry I've taken over from you, Daktari. If you can just have closing remarks from each of you, 5 minutes in total. So I guess we can start from this side and go down the line with our closing remarks. He didn't want to interrupt the flow, so he's handed back the program to you. Closing remarks, please, from each of you in 5 minutes as we bring this to a close. Asante.
Well, thank you. I think we've seen and heard of a case study that demonstrates innovative ways of rethinking job creation. Kenya has a great opportunity, and Nigeria Digital is just one example. I think someone said it is not the only way. It is just one example of how we can leverage digital economy to have more young people get into the work environment. We see that in existing opportunities with private sector, but I think there's even more exciting opportunities for services exports, for work that is done for clients who are not sitting in the country. And I think I'll end by saying it is possible, it is doable, we've demonstrated that it can be done. Thank you.
I'd spoken a lot, so I'll just summarize quickly by saying thank you all for your time and attention, your interest in the digital economy. The best is yet to come. Please check out the nigeriadigital.go.ke, the portal, as an access point for training, opportunities, e-learning, and continuous learning. So we hope to continue working together with private sector to create opportunities for young people. Thanks.
What I'd like to say is that digital work is not temporary. So let people not think of it as an internship, as just a place to start, as you wait to do serious work. It is serious work. Yeah, because it seems like there's that perception. So it is serious work. And even as an industry, as a business, we are looking to scale up. Right now, we may be at entry-level jobs, but the idea is to work with the teams that we have in-house to offer more knowledge-based services. And you can already see that is something Mutembe is doing in his business. Yeah, so be serious about it, encourage young people to get into it, let them open their minds, because there is a lot of opportunity, and there is an opportunity, especially for the Kenyan young people, to really make an impact.
Mine will be to encourage other young people in Kenya to embrace this initiative by the government. Check out Ajira. Based on your passion, strengths, or dreams, you can just choose a skill and grow to an A-level professional career, and you'll earn and support your family. Thank you.
For me, digital work is going to be the future. It's going to create the future. From that kid who was growing up in Gashie to today, to knowing that we have colleagues in Makerere, Honorable Minister, who are leading in NLP, in AI around the world, and knowing that AI is actually going to build the next unicorns, to having a team of people, young Kenyans. We are all Kenyan. We have people who are working for the fourth most valuable startup in the world at $65 billion. We have someone else who's gone to MIT. All of us are Kenyan, and we're going to build the next Safaricoms, and they're going to be, if we have just 100 more Safaricoms in this region of Eastern Africa of 300 million people, we'll be able even to leapfrog the US in terms of the economy. And I believe digital work is going to get us there. So that's from me.
Okay, thank you so much. A round of applause for them, tafadhali. Very well put, very succinctly summarized as far as that's concerned. Thank you so much, gentlemen and lady, for this particular panel discussion. I'll ask you all to have your seats, but don't go too far. We will call upon you later on to appreciate you for the wonderful work you've done. Another round of applause for them, tafadhali, as they take their seats. I can give them the fire. Oh, okay. You shall hand over the fire. Okay, fine. As they exit stage to the left, PS, Jeremy will. Asante sana, thank you so much for that. Sharing the experiences as well and insights into this particular space. And a key takeout there, even in terms of the attitude that we have in terms of digital work, it's not a place where you're stopping to wait for the serious work. It is serious work in itself as well, and I think that's a key take home as we move forward in that particular regard. Thank you so much for that. Sharing the conversation as always. If you're online, you can do that. Once again, the hashtag as always, hashtag Connected Summit 2022. You can get them in right there as well. And even as you do the gifting, PS, if you'd be so kind, there are 3 other speakers who hadn't been gifted. If they're still in the room, you might as well do that right now. Dr. Ibrahim Abduba is here. Dr. Okay, there they are. Please let us have that fire. Connected fire. PS is still hot on it. Let's use that hot streak. Asante sana. Julius Cheptioni as well. Our keynote speakers from the previous panel discussion can come to the front. Dr. Tony Omwanza. Are they in the room? Okay, they're at the back making his walk to the front, of course, as he also gets his hamper in appreciation for the brilliant keynote that he gave earlier today. And even as we do that, we did forget our inimitable moderator, Dr. Ehud Gashago. Please, the last bit of fire. Hold on to that last bit of fire for the PS as he hands our able moderator his gift hamper as well. There you go. Asante sana. Thank you so much. PS, over to you.
Thank you very much.
For the most part, social media platforms. So these are your Facebook,
thank you very much, MC,
Instagram,
for the
YouTube. You can transact.
Great emceeing for this particular event. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon again. We see us getting fired up. I mean, the fire was about getting fired up for this particular event, and I can see a lot of energy. I can see really a lot of power. Sindio? Si power ni energy. Today, I mean, for the last 3 days, let me say, we've had an exemplary participant. As a teacher, if I was going to mark the participation effort of one of our participants, who was really one of our chief guests, I would give him 99% of participation. I would have given him 100, but my code for marks is only limited to 2 digits. So that is what is limiting me. So it's only between 00 and 99, and he has the highest. And that is none other than the Minister of State for ICT of the Republic of Uganda, Waziri Kabyanga Godfrey. Tumpigie makofi. I think in real appreciation, and just to be real, we could just be upstanding. Upstanding in honor and respect for our cabinet, our minister, for his great effort. Today has been a rainy day. Na kuna waziri, kuna ile makofi tunaita makofi ya mvua. Before the rain comes, first of all, the clouds gather. Sindio? And then when the clouds gather, the rain comes and there is lightning. So, tutafanya ile ya kucollect and kugather clouds. Clouds gather, wachilia. Clouds gather, wachilia. Clouds gather, wachilia. Waziri, karibu uongeleshe wananchi.
Thank you very much, PS. Now you have seen why we don't leave politics. Niyo makofi. So if you hear someone has not left politics, it's because he still wants to be clapped for. The PS of the Ministry of ICT and your team and all good people here, good afternoon. I have to say, I thank the Ministry of ICT for having invited Uganda to participate in this summit, Connect 2022. It's really very, very aspiring to me, and I'm really humbled. I would like to thank, in particular, the Cabinet Secretary and his team for a well-organized summit. And I would also like to thank all of you participants for being obedient listeners, for your timekeeping, and also for the active participation. You can also clap for yourselves. I think this is one summit that I've enjoyed where everybody is concentrating. Yesterday, we left at 6:30, but it is the PS who was forcing us to leave. But the participants still wanted us to discuss. And this type of participation is unheard of in this continent. I think we are changing things. And that's why I have told you that as Africa, we can make it. If we have made it now, we have started concentrating to discuss issues, we can make it. We don't need anybody to come and teach us how to do things. We have the energy to make it. We should be proud of Kenya. We should be proud of East Africa. We should be proud of Africa. We can make it. And I encourage you on that. I came. I participated. I saw and I learned. I can only promise you one thing, that I'm going to be your ambassador in Uganda. And a very, very serious ambassador. And therefore, I take this opportunity as a minister of government to invite all of you, the private sector, to come and invest in the IC sector in Uganda. And you should know you have me as your ambassador. So when you come, please come to my ministry. I don't need to know your name. Your name now will be Connect 2022. So when you reach Kampala, our offices are the easiest to trace because we are on Parliament Avenue, ICT building, just near Parliament. So if you get lost, just ask for Parliament. And then you will see ICT building. And when you reach the reception, when they say, who do you want to see? Say, I want to see the state minister. And who are you? Just say, Connect 2022. You will have arrived. And my work will be to connect you to Uganda Investment Authority to ensure you get all the support you want. Yesterday, a young man came to me, he's called Oscar. He has a system which he thinks can facilitate the last mile. And we are now working on what we call the parish development model. We think it is the last mile of getting our people from subsistence living to the money economy. And as Minister of ICT, we are developing a system. We are calling it the Parish Model Management Information System. But automatically, the administrative unit of that system will be the parish. But we are not yet in all the parishes. And he thinks that system can work as the last mile to connect the parishes. And immediately, I called my commissioner for e-services. And I think today they have already had the first meeting. That's how connected we want to be. I have already, yesterday my permanent secretary rang me and we discussed for about 1 hour. And as soon as I reach Uganda, I'm going to connect her to the permanent secretary so that they immediately start organizing how they can start meeting and they do the technical part. For us, we shall do the political part. I've also told the PS, I come from Western Uganda at the border with Congo. And my tribe, we are only 1.5 million people in Uganda. And in Congo, we are 9 million. I don't know whether I'm a Congolese or a Ugandan. Because to be sincere, it's only my father who stays in Uganda. All his brothers, sisters, they stay in Congo. And I've told the PS, I'm meeting, I am taking all the MPs of North Kivu, around 48 of them, who speak my language, to the president on 25th. And one of the things I will also discuss with them is to interest them to see how I connect them to the PS so that we start immediate connection. Me, that's how I live. And we are going to explore all avenues to see that East Africa becomes strong in the ICT world. So I'm really very, very happy to be here. I was about to think I'm a minister of Kenya. But I have my PA. She's a very nice lady. She's called Sharon. I think she's here. She's called Sharon. Today, it's only today that I realized I was a minister of Uganda when she told me your time has expired. and therefore you have to check out of the room and your ticket is here, you must move. Then I remembered, this is not Uganda, it's what? It's Kenya. So I have to go, but I am going a happy man. Remember, your network is your net worth. I am now your network. Use me when I'm still a minister. For us, our time is limited. Where time is, even tomorrow you can hear I've been sacked. But these 12 hours, you should utilize me as much as possible. Because I'm still a minister now. Utilize me. And for me, I live like there is no tomorrow. I work throughout the day and throughout the night. That's why I traveled from Uganda throughout the night and I arrived here. I don't sleep because I've been in the business sector, I've been in the corporate world, now I'm in politics. So I'm not that usual politician that you will see with a lot of protocol. I am just a business politician. And that's why I think government put me where I am today. As I leave, I am going to leave one of my directors of UCC. She's called Christine, she's there. I think, Christine, you can stand up now. Now I can introduce you. And I'll tell you why I'm introducing her at the end. In politics, you have to be careful. You must always steal the show. Because if I introduce her at the beginning, she can take my attention. But all of you think I'm the only Ugandan here. So you have all been looking for me. Now I'm going, you can look for her. I thank you all. Apart from ICT, I come from the second highest mountain in East Africa, snow-capped at the equator. Please, come and we climb the Rwenzori mountain. I know you have climbed Kilimanjaro, you have seen lions in Mara, you have seen elephants, but you can come and see the elephants of Uganda also. I have been to most of the areas in Kenya, Thompson Falls, whatever, but you can now come to Uganda and see the difference. Please, this Easter holiday, come. And all of you here, whenever you're in Uganda, look for me. I'm a man who is never stressed. I like fun. I like enjoying myself. You can never stress me. Even in Uganda, nobody stresses me. Even if the president says, today I've sacked you, I will smile and go and do other things. Because life is short, you must enjoy it to maximum, and you must do everything that will make people remember you. You must always leave a legacy, and a good legacy. So I'm here, utilize me as much as possible in all business of ICT. I'll be in touch with my people here. I've made friends, I've made networks, and it is those networks that will make me grow. I thank you all. I have to say, bye-bye, kwaheri, we shall meet again. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. One more round of applause for our chief guest.
And Vicky, I don't know if you're aware, when he came and addressed us the first day,
Yeah.
he had spoken about how he's a simple man. He only wore a suit because he thought it was going to be a very serious meeting, but in Mombasa, you shouldn't wear suits.
The brief changes when you come to Mombasa.
And I was the only person in a suit at the front. So as he leaves, as his minister in charge of national guidance, your guidance has been taken. No more suits in Mombasa. We are done with that, Waziri. We are done.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Waziri, for your kind words. Now, we are moving into the next section of this program, the Innovation Awards, and I talked about this earlier, and how important and exciting this is. We get to highlight Kenyan entrepreneurs and their innovations and their brilliant minds and what they've come up with in the last year or so. Now, the Innovation Awards started in 2011 at Connected Summit, right here, to recognize various Kenyan entrepreneurs. And this year, Oracle is the key sponsor. And we wanted to begin this session on a high. So Oracle, of course, we heard from some of the representatives, is a cloud company, but they do a lot more, especially when it comes to Kenyan entrepreneurs. And as I mentioned earlier, $1 million went into a kitty that these entrepreneurs can actually tap into and get technical skills and networking opportunities around the world. And it's a great, great, great initiative they've put in place. So what we want to do right now, Jeff, is to introduce the judging panel, because there are going to be some pitches going on.
Absolutely, and these judges coming on stage, vast in experience as far as business is concerned. They've grown their businesses from a startup, some of them all the way to where they are right now, interacted with different entrepreneurs, so they know what they'll be looking for in these pitches that will be done on stage. I'd like to call on this, at this point, onto the stage, Mike Rabah, founder and chief executive officer, Homeboys.
Round of applause for Mike as he
Round of
makes
applause
his
for Mike
way up.
as he comes to the stage.
award show.
With a bang. With an absolute bang.
Wow. Okay. So let's introduce the judging panel once again.
Okay, that's where we started things off, and we'll pick it up from there. Mike Rabah, founder and chief executive officer, Homeboys PLC. Mike, karibu sana. Welcome.
Okay, round of applause for Mike Rabah.
Next up on stage, Patrick Karanja, senior partner at the MasterCard Foundation. A round of applause for Patrick tafadhali. We also have Winnie Jumba, Principal Support Account Manager at Oracle. A round of applause for Winnie as she gets on stage as well.
I see you standing over there, and I'm wondering, can I?
Fantastic. So we're going to have 3 startups that will be pleading their case before the judges panel. A lot of pressure. But we do wish them all the best. And these companies are Gift Chain Africa. Round of applause. Magic Water Technologies. And last but not least, Smart Applications. So we leave the floor to them as they make their pitches. And all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, the pitches begin.
So once again, at this point, we'd like to call on stage for their pitch. And just a quick lay of the land in terms of rules of engagement. Each of these entities have 5 minutes to give their pitch, 5 minutes for question and answer, and then it's back to the judges to decide on how this one plays out. First up, we'd like to call the representatives from Gift Chain Africa. Round of applause for them as they come on up.
Hey, imagine you are a HR manager or a marketing manager who want to gift your staff who are spread across the country. How do you do that within minutes? Not hours, nor days. My name is Daniel, co-founder Gift Pesa, a gift management platform that aims to change how gifting is done in Africa. Now, in Africa, 95% of gifting is done manually. This is because gifting landscape is largely manual and highly fragmented. For you to gift someone, it's highly costly and time-consuming. So what have we done? Just like the way M-Pesa changed how we send and receive money, that's the same approach we have done on gifting. With just a phone number, you can send a gift to someone who is somewhere very far, anytime,
anywhere in Kenya and soon in Africa. In terms of the market size, gifting in Africa is estimated to be 56 billion, and of which 33 billion is controlled by large retailers. In the next 5 years, we are targeting to convert 10% of that market into gift pesa. Our platform has some very exciting features, and that is, once you log in on our platform and you disburse the vouchers to the users, you're able to create the message to the users, like you can say, hey, you have received a voucher worth 10,000 from X company. To redeem, visit any of these merchants and dial *123#. The other thing is that when the end users receive the voucher, they can redeem it partially. That means they can redeem it in a supermarket, they can redeem it in a petrol station, they can do it in an eatery. For the last 3 years that we have been in existence, we have disbursed about 400 million vouchers from 115 corporates. This has been achieved through organic growth and referral from the companies that were the first adopters of our platform. We're also happy and excited to announce that Gift Pesa is published on the M-Pesa Super App. For you to buy a voucher, you actually go to your M-Pesa app and you're able to reward your parent who is far away. We have 200 plus redemption marketplace, running from supermarkets, running from petrol stations, eateries, where you can be able to redeem the vouchers. And how the platform works is you basically visit our website, you create an account, you top up your wallet, then you upload the list of recipient and you disburse the vouchers. The recipient will receive a voucher with an instruction on where and how to redeem the voucher. So we are a team of 4, and we have a background in tech and retail. So we have complementary skill sets that set us for a win to change how gifting is done in Africa in the next 10 years. We are looking for funding and partnerships to scale this good innovation in East Africa. That is that's Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Rwanda, before we can scale the entire solution to the rest of Africa. Thank you.
Daniel, how are you doing?
I'm good.
All right. So let me know, how do you work out, what's your revenue model? How does Gift Pesa make money from these vouchers?
Sure. So we charge 5% convenience fee to the corporates for them to use our platform.
And then is it locked to just, can I transfer this voucher to somebody else if I was actually a recipient?
Sure. Actually, that's an additional revenue. When you have been gifted a voucher, you can send it to someone, and we charge a banded tariff.
All right, thanks.
Daniel, thank you very much for your pitch. What's the long-term strategy? You've talked about 10 years, especially expanding into Africa. What's the long-term strategy, especially given that there are various bigger players in the region? What would make me want to go for a gift pesa instead of maybe just send me the bundles or send me an M-Pesa message and I'll go wherever I want?
Sure, very good. So when someone sends you a voucher using Gift Pesa, he's able to control where you can spend a voucher. For example, you have heard of diaspora money, a lot coming to Kenya, but someone is sending school fees here and it is not going to school. But now he can send money that is locked to a school fees or a hospital and so forth. So that is one reason. The second thing is, when you give someone money, you're not gifting them. Remember, when you're using Gift Pesa and you send someone 5,000, you can be able to create a message. Hey, happy birthday. Receive a voucher worth 5,000 redeemable in Naivas, for example. So it evokes emotion more than just money. And in terms of our long-term strategy, gifting in Africa is largely manual. First, we want to make gifting to be super easy. The same way you can send a WhatsApp message to someone. That is how we want to change the gifting in Africa. Yeah.
I guess that leads me to the question of what are the challenges that
bring this disintegrated aspect of the market, and what specific things will you do to achieve the rapid scale that I see you've given? In 5 years, you want to be able to get the addressable market and capture 10%.
Thank you very much. So the first is just what we achieved by being published on the M-Pesa mini app, for example. Now all the M-Pesa customers can actually access GiftPesa application without necessarily us developing our own app. So if we are targeting South African market, we're gonna do the same. We go and get published on the mini app of the key existing applications. So the other thing is, like for example, M-Pesa will be heading to Ethiopia. We will be very keen now that you're already on the mini app, just to also launch in the same market at the same time.
One last question, Daniel. I'm seeing your valuation is $5 million. How is that possible?
Sure, because of the revenue, as I said, we have already achieved 400 million turnover. If you do the 5 to 6% of that revenue, and we are working with 115 corporates. So Kenya has over 10,000 corporates. So we were not marketing the product because we wanted to achieve product market fit, which we have already achieved. So the next thing is that we're gonna now do a lot of shouting, and that will definitely it will actually overshoot.
So for the $500,000 you're looking for, what would you spend it on?
The first thing is to upscale our technology, because MNOs are, like Kenya dominant MNO is M-Pesa, meaning if you go to Uganda, we have to integrate with Tico, or to Zambia, we have to integrate with Zamtel. So we have to upscale our technology to make it integrate with different MNOs.
All right, thanks. Okay.
A round of applause for him, tafadhali. Talking numbers, justifying his business, and he didn't even break a sweat. That's a good one. A round of applause for him again, tafadhali. Thank you so much. Next up on stage, we'd like to call Magic Water Technologies. Round of applause for them.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know that there is 6 times more water in the atmosphere than there is in all rivers around the world, including the Amazon and the Nile? I'm Beth Koigi, the CEO and co-founder of Magic Water Technologies. We specialize in providing clean access to clean drinking water, and especially in arid and semi-arid regions. The UN estimates that by 2025, 1.8 billion people will be living in water-scarce regions. And the biggest proportion of this population will be in sub-Saharan Africa. And actually, the ICT is one of the biggest or top 10 industries that consume the most potable water. At Magic Water, we wanted to create a decentralized water source, meaning you do not have to depend on municipal water, borehole water, or rainwater harvesting. Our technology uses dehumidification processes. Basically, we have the refrigerant component, we have the water filtration, and we have the remineralization cartilage if you want to use that water for drinking. At the moment, we have devices that range from 25 liters of water per day to 1,000 liters per day, and that is for community use. Worldwide, we have done 20 installations for our larger systems, that is 500 and 1,000 liters per day. We have done installation for 15 smaller systems, that is 25 liters per day, 50 liters per day, and 120 liters per day. So why would you go for Magic Water Technology? First, we offer turnkey solution. Second, we calibrate all our devices according to local solutions, and because these devices are affected by the humidity and temperature, so we have to make sure they perform according to the local conditions. And then third, all our devices have IoT sensors, and this is basically to remotely monitor these systems for easier maintenance and also to troubleshoot remotely, because we've done installation in 3 continents, that is in Asia, Mumbai with Microsoft, where we did an installation for their data center to cool their servers. And also we've done installation in South Africa, Cape Town, Johannesburg, in Kenya, of course, where we worked with mostly NGOs, and also in Angola, but also we've done installations in Europe also. So currently we work with 3 major market segments. That is the household, so we're selling the devices directly. And also we work with the NGOs or local charities who want to, provide water to these communities. And this is for bigger systems. And also we work with corporates. Like I mentioned previously, we've worked with people like Microsoft, AB InBev. Currently, we are working with British American Tobacco. And this is for their CSR program, or to reduce their water footprint in their production processes. So currently, we are looking to engaging with impact investors, specifically, and also engaging with companies that want to include these systems in their CSR, and especially people who are doing data centers or servers. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And it's a great initiative, to be honest. So maybe my question is, the AWG devices, what I can see is you've mentioned that they work in conditions almost optimally in humid areas, warm, humid, right? So what is the plan for other regions? Let's say, I don't think Nairobi is warm and humid, it's hot and dry, but do you intend, let's say, to set up in Mombasa and deliver to the dry, arid regions?
So specifically, actually, we work in arid and semi-arid regions. So where we've done installations is places like Turkana, Mandera. Actually, this is the first time we are doing an installation in Nairobi. So dry is relative. It's not dry. There is always water in the atmosphere. So basically, we have not done any project in Lamu, or in Mombasa in general, but this would be the ideal condition. But you find that even in Turkana, we do provide some water. For example, our 500 unit may not produce always 500 liters. That is on 60% relative humidity. Sometimes if the humidity is lower, it can produce like 200 liters of water. So that's why I say, like, we calibrate all our systems according to the local temperature and humidity. So if the relative humidity is 25%, so we fine-tune our system to produce water, even if it's a small amount at that condition.
I think you've talked about different market segments, NGOs, and I think I had a lot of large corporates and data centers. And that then brings the commercial viability, the value prop and your pricing. Is your goal to have this as a mass market, or are you looking at market segments remaining niche? Have you looked at that aspect of pricing? Is it available or affordable to quote unquote a large market, or that's not even the plan in the first place?
So it's not affordable for the larger population, I would say. And that is something we are looking to correcting, because like any other technology, this is quite young. And also like the first few production, it's quite expensive. And actually what we are targeting for our scaling model is targeting micro-entrepreneurs in arid and semi-arid regions. So you see in Nairobi, we have a lot of water kiosks. Most people are doing water kiosks because they have a water source. If you go to places like Turkana, Mandera, people are not doing such kind of businesses because there is no affordable water source. So we are looking to how can we finance these micro-entrepreneurs to own water kiosks and run them.
Beth, so what's the cost of producing 1 liter of water?
So the cost of producing 1 liter of water is around 10 shillings for this system. And all our systems mostly are solar powered.
So if I was to invest in one that can produce 50 liters per day, how much would it cost me?
The 50-liter device, so we have different capacities. So the 50-liter device, so our smallest is 90,000 Kenya shillings. The 50 is around 160,000 Kenya shillings.
So are they assembled here or are they imported?
Semi-assembled.
Describe semi. What is semi? Just boxed?
So they come semi-assembled, like the frame and the major component. We just add on a few components.
So nothing is developed from here locally, per se, to build that contraption?
I would say 30% is developed locally. Because what we've done, we've contracted a technology company in India just to build the frame, like the frame itself, and also the refrigerant component. And then when you come to Kenya, we add the fans, the filters, the mineralization, and all those.
All right, thanks.
Yes.
Thanks.
Fantastic. Round of applause for Beth from Magic Water Technologies. solving the water scarcity problem in Kenya and beyond. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for CSC Store as they come up to make their pitch.
Hi everyone. My name is Shaila Aga, and I'm a fintech consultant and specialist, but I always wanted to be a scientist when I was younger. In 2019, I moved to Kilifi, and I started working with children in blockchain and science clubs, and I needed a box to have all the tools that I needed to teach these science subjects and STEM subjects. It took me almost 8 months to get every single thing I needed. Now that's a shame. Kilifi is how many kilometers from Mombasa? That's a big city. If I had that problem, imagine what people in the interior are having. Now CBC education is the best education out there. 20% of the learners' grades come from practical things. All of us in here don't remember half of the things we learned at school. You learn by doing. That's how we get innovation. There's 1.1 million learners per grade. And that's a total market of 6.6 million kids doing CBC right now with not enough resources. Unfortunately, some of our village schools don't have electricity. They don't have labs. So our first product at CBC Store is a lab kit. It's a box that has every single tool that the child will need for primary school. It has a solar panel, gear motors, all the things that they need, and a little bit more. Now imagine how far we would be if in 10 years, every single learner had this kit. Now we don't just do hardware at CBC Store. We're doing hardware, and we're doing software. We want to create an online collaborative tool that teachers and parents can upload experiments that their children can do. Many of us also attended Science Congress, and those were really, really fun. But there's no collaboration. Imagine if a child in Siaya and a child in Kilifi are doing simple experiments that can work together. Imagine how many innovations we can spark from that. So we want the tool to be user-generated content. Experiments, arts and crafts, all the STEM subjects can be put up there. Teachers can verify it, and other users can also upvote it. And then we have a huge platform of innovative students. We give visibility to corporates for their future scientists. We give options for grants and scholarships. And we just have visibility, even as policymakers, to understand what is it that we need to focus more on. So at CBC Store, we want to be the one-stop shop for every single thing that is needed for the CBC curriculum. On our platform, our e-commerce store, you'll be able to buy every single thing you need and more. We'll have microscopes, we're working on an advanced set, and we'll have even musical instruments and art instruments. We'll have a lipa mdogo mdogo function as well for every single person, and we have nationwide delivery because we're partnering with EMS and Posta. So all the parent has to do is keep paying for their product, put their nearest post office, and it will get delivered to the post office. You get an SMS, your product has arrived. Let's give our children a chance. Let's give them the tools and resources they need to be geniuses, to be scientists, and to go to the moon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Shanna. I think mine is a very obvious question. How much does it cost?
So this set only costs 3,500 shillings, including shipping.
Shipping to anywhere in Kenya?
Yes.
How is that done?
So the shipping cost is going to be standardized because people in Nairobi are going to be paying for people elsewhere as well.
It's very unfair to me. All right. So what's the actual cost of producing one kit?
1,200,
Mm-hmm.
but we're planning on bringing it down with economies of scale. Remember, CBC is not just being implemented in Kenya, it's being implemented in at least 13 other countries as well in Africa, and you know everybody's going to follow suit as well.
So that what percentage is the shipping bit of it?
If we break it down, the shipping part is probably around 30%. And also, by the way, I have to mention that our long-scale plan is not to ship it in. Oh, you mean the local shipping?
Yes.
Okay, so for local shipping, it's just 500 shillings. It's 3,000 the set.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Shana, thank you very much. My question is in terms of sustainability. So, for instance, if these are children and they're not the most careful people out there. So if we break parts, what happens? Is there a replacement or do they have to buy the set altogether?
That's the beauty of the e-commerce store. It's going to have every single thing. You know, what's been happening right now has been capitalization. I mean, everybody is trying to capitalize on this CBC store. So you go, your teacher tells you need to bring a pulley. Oh, I don't know where to find a pulley. It's okay, just give me 1,000 shillings and I'll get it for you. That's what we're trying to stop. So we're going to have every single thing that they need there, and it will be standardized. So wherever you are in the country, you have the same equal access and opportunity.
Okay, so if parts break or if they lose parts, do they
Every
have to?
single thing will be at the CBC store as well.
Oh, so they'll have it
Yeah,
replaced?
all the replacements will be there as well.
For free?
Not for free, but for a reduced cost.
And that brings me to the question of the product fit and market. Have you had a chance? So there's a preset items in the box, and we have CBC, which is pretty broad. Does a customer have to get other items at the CBC store beyond the box, or have you taken time to look at the most common tools or items needed in CBC for a period of time so that the box is a one-stop shop, as you say? So this is a one-stop tool box.
We've been meeting a lot of people from KICD here. They all know me and my co-founder. We've been hounding them. We've studied this curriculum in and out. Every single thing the child will need for primary school is in here. We're making another one which will have every single thing that the kid will need for secondary school. Remember that mathematical set you had? You never had to buy other things. That was it. This is going to be for the entire thing for 5 learning subjects: agriculture, home science, environmental studies, science and technology, and integrated science.
And on that basis, do you have the, I'm lacking the word to use, have KICD endorsed this or?
Yes, we got approved in December.
Okay, great, thank you.
I think one last question is, what is the long-term vision for the toolkit? Let's say in the next 10 years, where do you see the company?
Thank you for that question. So as I mentioned earlier, we're shipping the set in right now. And it's no lie that China is actually the cheapest right now. And we wanted to make sure that the set is affordable. That's how we're shipping it in from China. I don't want to ship it in from China. I want to make it, these things can all be produced here. We can be producing scissors, we can produce rulers. So I want to actually have an entire factory that's going to produce every single thing, assemble it, so it can be locally produced. We get jobs, we get every single thing done locally.
So Shana, are you in market already, or you're still at pitch stage?
So we just got approved in December, but we have already sold 2,000 sets to just our networks and teachers. Most schools are very interested in it, and you'd be surprised, even very expensive schools are still interested in getting it for their learners because we just don't have the lab equipment locally available.
So what are you looking for from us as Sharks?
Well, I'm very interested in impact investment. We're looking for also partners. We need to scale this thing really, really quick. Also, for our online platform, we would really love to have at least some sort of grant aspect involved there. So gifts to brilliant students. We also want to put in an EduTV TV program as well. So any type of impact investment and partnerships in distribution and bringing it in, yeah.
So you don't have a figure in mind, per se?
Actually do have a figure. It's 28 million, and that's to bring in the first 25,000 sets in a 40-foot container.
Okay. All right, thanks very much.
A round of applause for her tonight. Clearly spelling out her vision for where she sees this going forward. And what we'll do at this particular point, we'll ask the judges to take a seat, deliberate on what you've heard in terms of vision and valuations, and then we shall invite on stage Mukunya Mugo from Oracle as you deliberate on that particular issue and decide who's going to be the one walking away the winner this particular afternoon. As they sit down, was Mike supposed to have the set, CSC stores? Or is he stealing something? Is he stealing your goods? You need to have that clear.
Sample.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mukunya Mugo. All protocols observed. Thank you very much for hosting us. That was an exciting session. I have learnt a lot, especially on the new and innovative things. And I think my proud moment was 2 of the 3 people who stepped here were ladies. What do you think of that? So I'm sure most of you, when you looked at your program, you're wondering, what is this innovation and what's going to happen in this innovation space? I have the pleasure of introducing a gentleman I've worked with, and we were in Safaricom in the early days, when it was still a young company and people were still trying to figure out between the yellow and, the green and the red SIM card. He's a communication technology expert in the National Communications Secretariat, which is a policy advisory organ to the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Engineer Vincent Adul, HSC.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm about to do is basically now probably historical because I'm starting at the tail end. Probably I should have started at the head end. But what I'd like to introduce to actually describe to you is actually the process that led to the determination of the 3 who have ended up pitching here. This whole process was started, the award actually was done through the call for applications in the month of February, and that's around February this year, and was closed at early March, and it attracted 57 innovators in 8 categories. The categories were county, utilizing ICT, education, emerging markets, green technology, fintech, food technology, universal healthcare, government institution utilizing ICT for service delivery. Out of the 57, a pre-evaluation exercise was carried out and narrowed out to 31 contestants who went through now to the main evaluation. And in order, of course, when they're doing the pre-evaluation for the 57, they had a set of criteria, which actually 4. One was the company had to be officially registered in Kenya. The product or service that was complete and commercialized and had actually been used for the last 6 months. The product or service was actually for that Kenyan citizens would be the end users, and the product addressed at least one of the Vision 2030 socio-economic pillars as education, training, environment, and water sanitation, gender, youth, and vulnerable groups, population, urbanization, and housing, and sports. Now, during the evaluation, the 31 shortlisted entities were divided into 2 panels. Panel 1 was dealing with green technology, universal healthcare, emerging markets, government institution using ICT for service delivery. The second panel is dealing with food security, education, counties using ICT, and fintech. Now, unfortunately, of course, when the evaluation is being carried out, some 6 entities did not come in, and actually we are sorry to announce that actually the county teams, the county governments did not participate. Now, out of the 2 panels, we did notice the evaluation criteria. When the panels were doing the evaluation, they had a criteria. They had several. They actually had 6 criteria to look into, and just check the criteria here. The first one was originality and creativity of innovation. The second was differentiation potential from competition. There's market potential, business models, feasibility and usability, scalability, and sustainability. Now, what actually the panels did observe, of course, there's some recommendations that were made by the panel vis-a-vis how the presentations were being made. One is unfortunately, some of the innovators are not prepared in the presentation, and maybe that's why some of them fell off. Of course, we had given them 10 minutes each, but most of them passed 10 minutes. That looks like a challenge. And now, some of them, of course, had problems using the virtual technology, but I think that's something you can learn very fast. So some of the recommendation was that the innovators need to be encouraged to do more research of their market and come up with unique selling points. And innovators need to add, or expect to add more emphasis on innovation, the innovation side during the pitches instead of the technology. A lot of them focus on the technology but not on the business, because at the end of it all, you're going to roll out this service to the public. And of course, even though I'm impressed that on the stage the people pitched to actually 2 ladies and 1 gentleman, there are actually more males in the entire 31 than there were females. And so I think it's just sometimes a stroke of luck that the 3 who pitched, 2 were ladies. So of course they still need to be congratulated, because at the end of it all, when you're doing the final analysis, you must get the best. So I think with that, I don't have much more to say unless somebody has questions. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, that was a lot. That was a nice journey, and thank you very much, engineer, for taking us through that. Connected?
Fire.
We are the tail end. Trust me, you're going for lunch after this. Connected? Good, good, good. For you to find out who actually won, we're going to announce during the gala dinner, so please join us for the gala dinner to find out the winner. In the meantime, what I want to do is I want to ask to award the various categories. There are various categories, and in each category, there's a team that rose up and became the winner. So we'll start off with the education category, and that is the basic CBC kit. I'd like to invite ICT Authority board member, Dr. Jerotich Sirima, to come and give that award, please. The award? A round of applause, please. Another round of applause, please. The next category we had was the fintech category. This goes to Gift Pesa. And I'd like to ask ICT board member, Bwana John Jogu, to come and give out this award, please. A round of applause, please. And the next award category was food security. For this, it goes to Kuza Frieza. And for this, I'd like to ask the ICT Authority Acting CEO, Dr. Kiprono Rono, to come and give out the award, please. A round of applause, please. The next category was government institution utilizing ICT for service delivery. And the beauty about this one was actually a government agency. In my days, it was AFC, Agricultural Finance Corporation, automating loan, grading, and scoring. And for this, I'd like to ask PS Jerome to come and give out the award. A round of applause, please. Round of award, please. Applause, applause. The next category we have is green technology, IoT-powered atmospheric water generators. And for this, I'd like to ask ICT Board Chairman, Professor Frederick Owino, to come and give the award, please. Please. Then we also have another category, emerging markets, NAIPAC. I'd like to ask CAS ICT, Madam Maureen Mbaka, to come and give her the award. A round of applause, please. And we have the final category, which is universal healthcare. This is MediSmart. I'd like to ask my colleague, Esther Karanja from marketing, to come up and give the award. Applause, please. All right, thank you very much. So just a few more announcements, then we can be able to I'll hand over back to the MCs. So kindly liaise with Kevin Atibu, who's the head of innovation and incubation within ICTA, to learn more about innovation and how you can be able to partner with ICTA and create and innovate and enhance our innovators in this space. So he's available. Kevin, where are you? If you could just stand up and wave. That's Bona Kevin Atibu, so you can liaise with him and just learn how you can be able to plug in into this innovation and incubation space. Early on, there was an issue of gender representation. Out of the 12 people who came to Connected Kenya Summit from Oracle, 8 of them were women, and I'd like them to stand. Winnie Jumba, who was here as a judge. Hanifa, who also spoke and responded to the contracts issue and how we can localize our contracts. Mudhoni from our compliance team. Janet from marketing. Esther from marketing, who was here to give her the award. Dorothy at the booth. Tracy, Caroline. So that's how we were represented for Connected. Back to the MCs.
Thank you. One more round of applause for Mukunya Mugo, Oracle. That could be a very strong side hustle, Mukunya. MC. Did quite well. Yeah, we'll speak. Fantastic. And one more round of applause for all of the startups that pitched. Wishing you all the best this evening.
And of course, we shall find out who walks away with the prize, who sold their vision and convinced them about their valuation at the gala dinner later tonight. So they will deliberate throughout this afternoon. And when you come for the gala dinner, we shall know who's walking away the winner.
I'm waiting with bated breath.
Okay, and you'll know which one to fund as far as that's concerned as well, right here in the room. But at this point in time, we'd like to call upon Principal Secretary from the Ministry of ICT, Youth Affairs and Innovation for his communique as far as the summit is concerned. As we bring this to a close.
I think it is really worthwhile. And I conspired with the team. I said we were going to have a late lunch so that we finish the event. And then when we finish here, we now go just for the CSR for 2 reasons. The Muslims are fasting, so we decided to join a little bit of that fast. The Catholics are on Lent. Actually, this is the second last day of their Lent, because tomorrow and Saturday are the 2 remaining days of Lent. So we're also joining the Catholic in fasting. So it is a fasting session, so you can bear with it a little bit. Indeed, so that you get motivated, don't feel like I'm standing between you and the lunch. We are on a mini fast, so we will just bear it a little bit. Let me do the official communique by first of all appreciating the Honorable Joe Musheru, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of ICT in absentia, the Honorable Godfrey Baluku Kabianga, Minister for ICT and National Guidance, Uganda, our Chief Administrative Secretary, Maureen Mbaka, Ministry of ICT Innovation, my colleagues Esther Koimet and Julius Koriri in absentia, all protocols observed, Chairman of the Board, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I think when I came up with the slogan, fire, I envisaged a situation whereby we will be living here fired up, isn't it? We all want to go and begin implementing all these great ideas, engaging all these great networks that we have since established, and actually begin to implement the action plan that we have already launched today. So that is really the fire. So when we say connected fire, sio ile ingine ya siasa, hii ni ya connected. So that is the fire we want us to move on with. And you can actually see it from what Waziri Kabianga had said. He's already spoken to his PS. We will get in touch with the PS. He is already planned for us to have an engagement in DRC Congo, and we have actually started seeing the benefits of this particular conversation. And the few people he had a conversation with, he has already started connecting. And I think that is the kind of thing we want, so that we begin taking this discussion to the next level. I know we have always been accused of very good planners. We have wonderful plans, wonderful documents, but implementation is always a challenge. We want to reverse that and begin to be the real actors and the real doers, and then the action and the doing starts immediately after this particular event. I am indeed honored and delighted to deliver the closing remarks on this last day of the Connected Summit 2022 that was themed Accelerating Digital Transformation. I'm also pleased that the summit was well attended by various stakeholders ranging from government officials, policymakers, captain of industry, ICT practitioners and experts, some of whom are really very young. And we have actually seen a spectrum of age, from the youngest to, I don't think there's anybody who is beating the chairman here in age. And the chairman has committed all that energy and time to be with us sitting. Indeed, that is very, very commendable. I want to sincerely thank in absentia our chief guest, Honorable Joe Musheru, the Cabinet Secretary for ICT Innovation and Youth Affairs, who also ably participated in this forum. Honorable Musheru also brought his colleagues from Uganda, Honorable Godfrey Baluku Kabyanga, the State Minister for ICT and National Guidance, who also really, indeed, participated. Indeed, it has been a great time listening to the wisdom from the State Minister, Honorable Kabyanga. I also want to note that the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Joe Musheru, also launched the National Digital Master Plan 2022 to 2032, which provides the roadmap for the structured delivery of ICT in Kenya. The master plan is the Connected Summit 2022 baby, and it is our mutual responsibility to nurture the uptake of the proposed flagship project. Indeed, this has already started, as our conversation this week revolved around the master plan, and we can clearly see actions being taken. I also encourage you to visit the ICT Authority website to access the document, that is www.icta.go.ke, to access the document and internalize the intention of government for the ICT sector in the next 10 years. The master plan is anchored on 4 pillars, namely digital infrastructure, digital services and data management, digital skills and innovation, entrepreneurship, and also digital business. We are also honored by the presence of the Cabinet Secretary for Labor, Honorable Simon Chelgui, who gave us important insights on the future of work that is now indeed ICT-driven. I also want to appreciate our Chief Administrative Secretary, Madam Maureen Mbaka, in the Ministry of ICT, who has also been part and parcel of our entire session, starting from Sunday, whereby she actually sat in the Women in Tech Forum that she led. I also want to appreciate the chairman of the board, who has also been with us through the whole session, Professor Frederick Owino, for putting up a memorable event. Indeed, it goes to show how committed the authority is in sector collaboration and also partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, this summit would not have been successful without the support of all the sponsors and partners present. We continue to invite more partnership to establish a platform for collaboration, capacity building, and knowledge sharing between the government and the ICT sector. This will hasten the implementation of government projects to world-class standards. Ladies and gentlemen, at the opening session, I said that I hope we would learn new ideas from each other, which we could adapt to future improve our work in this particular sector. I observe that there has been very many interesting and useful discussions and activity throughout the last 4 days. The activity included the Women in Tech Forum that was ably led by the Chief Administrative Secretary, Honorable Maureen Mbaka, the County Forum that was attended by 27 counties, the keynote address, presentations, and panel discussions in 4 breakout sessions, and also the fireside chats that built on the highlights of each day. The sessions that take place this week have made Connected 22 a place of brilliant dialogue, feats of wisdom and thoughts. Experts and representatives have also shared amazing insights on the various thematic areas such as cloud services, digital currencies, e-commerce, cybersecurity, to name but just a few, while also at the same time providing us with the inspiration for the future development of our sector. It is my belief that these insights have landed on enthusiastic delegates who will use them to transform and accelerate our digital transformation agenda. On behalf of the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, I would like to extend our most sincere gratitude to the joint efforts of all the participating leaders, sponsors, exhibitors, panelists, moderators, delegates, and all those who have worked tirelessly to make Connected Kenya 2022 a great success, not to forget our two great MCs. As the summit ends, I believe we all have the same feeling that this is just the beginning of even greater engagements amongst sector players, and I hope that we have all come out of this better equipped to meet the challenges within the sector and have also been inspired to turn out dreams and ambitions to reality. It is my vision that the Connected Summit will adapt a permanent stature and become a vibrant showcase, not only for Kenya, but also become an African spectacle with lasting impact beyond our borders. And that is based also on the conversation we are having with the minister, State Minister Kabianga. He really wants to make sure that this becomes a regional event. And I think with the support that he has promised to give, we're going to take it up and ensure that we go beyond our borders. Like we said, moving into the East African region, we must all work together. Interconnectedness, interoperability is key, and that is the journey that Connected 2022 will actually help us start. I firmly believe that the closing of the Connected Summit 2022 is not an end, but a new starting point that we can build upon and forge ahead into the future. I urge all of us to participate again in 2023 Connected Summit, which will have participation from the entire East African region. It will definitely be bigger and better. We will showcase African capabilities, build better cooperation among industry players, and also open new markets and spur socio-economic development in the region. These ambitions are strongly echoed in Africa Agenda 2063 and African Continental Free Trade Area Strategic Framework, which aims to accelerate intra-African trade and boost African trading position in the global market by strengthening Africa's common voice and policy space in the global trade negotiation. Furthermore, ladies and gentlemen, future Connected Summits should aim to deliver next frontier innovations. And we've actually seen quite a number of innovations, especially now those ones that were showcased here. If we had 72 or more cases, then we are in a good space, and we thank our young people for being that creative. We also look forward to specific goals for inclusive and sustainable development, and also a manifestation of our Pan-African drive for unity, progress, and collective prosperity pursued under the African Renaissance. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that Connected 2022 has left an indelible impression on all of us. I hope that all participants and organizations represented here can enhance broader collaboration and also strengthen cooperation in order to improve the growth and sustainability of the sector whose potential is unraveled. As I conclude, I wish to reiterate my sincere gratitude to all the sponsors, delegates, without whose participation this summit would not have been a success. I also invite each one of us to join the ICT Authority in the corporate social responsibility activity that will be taking place at Diani Stadium as we thank our great host, Kwale County. With those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you and wish you all a happy Easter holiday. I want to also say that we wish to see you in Connected Summit 2023, God willing, for the Christian community, inshallah for the Muslim. I don't know what the atheists say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bwana PS. One more round of applause. Fantastic. So we are getting to the end of the program, and we know we are standing in between you and lunch. We have a few announcements, though, because there are a few activities that we have in the afternoon. So do you want to do the lunch announcement first or the activities?
Let me start with the good news.
Okay,
everyone wants to know about lunch.
I have the bad news. Okay.
So as far as lunch is
Go ahead.
concerned, it will be had at the Diani Gardens immediately after this as we close. So that's where you'll be heading for that. You'll get your tickets on that side and your vouchers for lunch immediately after Vicky is done. Yes, so over to the bad news now.
Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
The
Most
bearer
welcome.
of the bad news. No, this is actually good news for the community. So there will be a CSR activity at the showgrounds at 3:30, so just after lunch. And this is an opportunity for us all to give back to the community here. 200 families are going to benefit from the donations that we give. So if you have some time in between your cocktail and lunch, kindly make your way to the showground. Between 3:30 and 5 p.m. is when that will be happening. After that, there will be dinner at 6:30 p.m. at the Diani restaurant. That's the gala dinner and the public and private sector transformative awards session as well. So make time for that. Dress up.
Yes, it is.
Let's finish with a bang. Why not?
That's exactly what we'll do. That fire goes on until the end. One more thing, though. For those innovators who came on stage and made their pitches, KTN is here, and Brian George will be having them on the Innovators Show. So all of them will be interviewed and will be on the show as well. So they're all coming out winners, at least at this particular juncture, and you'll find out who the eventual winner is at the gala dinner.
Thank you so much. Been an absolute honor and pleasure being your host for the last couple of days. Have a lovely Thursday and weekend as well.
Okay, bye-bye. Happy Easter.